Sometimes I forget that button does that. I'm just trying to put my controller down on my lap. And it presses the Z button, and it does that noise. It's very funny. Hello, gamers. Morning.
Monkey glaring straight ahead.
Thank you for the bits. Hi. Morning. Someone submitted this seed 21 days ago. And I am just now getting around to it. I'm sorry. I've been busy for like 3 Saturdays in a row. Anyway, this is a seed. I already know it's Oops All Beaver Bother, because they are legally required to disclose that to me. Aside from that, there's nothing really in the settings that make me go, ah, it's gonna be one of those fucking seeds. Aside from hard B lockers, but I as long as I know that in advance, I can kind of get used to it. And there's also nothing else I really wanted to say. It's just time to bother beavers and lose sanity. All crowns, all that. 2 in helm, and 1 in caves. Patches. The 1 is in caves and castle. Caves has nothing today, basically. And all that other fun jazz. Alright. So the... What is that, 2? Oasis. I'm concerned about those cops being there. That's not usually where heavy enemy spawns. Aztec chunky metal cloth. Mills. 7. Okay. That is not that bad. Okay, there's... Alright, I get it. I now understand. It's not oops all cops. It's all cops and then also clumps. Ooh, Nintycorn on Pineapple Cage. Really? Interesting. Weird, actually. For me to look at Pineapple Cage. I have a tendency to just forget that when I'm doing the opening circuit. And then also weird for it to actually be a thing. Nintycorn could be useful, but the chance of me not finding Pineapple this seed is so low, so I'm probably going to just pick it up anyway. No dirt patch behind BFI today. Feather Cage has a red potion. All the Kong cages on Isles just have potions. Is that the joke? Is the other joke that there's a fairy up there and I can't reach it until I get Rocket Barrel, which is probably the red potion that's sitting right there? What a good series of funny. Oh. These aren't vanilla. Okay, we have a warp. Okay, we have a lobby 3. That's honestly the best one. Before's Donkey Switch requires all... Damn. You got Nintendo coin on Check of Legends. What a good seed. That's a good seed, honestly. What is in here? Okay, that looks like small shops. That's tolerable. And also, we found the DK wrap. GG. need a company coin, not both. So it's either you have to just hope you find Rare coin or hope you find all 5 guns. I don't know which one of those is actually worse. Okay. So because Hard B Lockers is on, I can't really ignore any GBs whatsoever. Like every single one of them I need to pick up, including these funny blueprints. Well, not always 7's open. Might as well check there. Oh, so you already found River Point. So you don't need to go grab Ninty on Chick of Legends, but it'd be funny if you did. Aztec. Which is, I can't tell. Is that a? When am I ever going to get an Aztec that's like reasonably priced? Japes Splat and Troffenskoff Alcove. Japes. Troffenskoff Alcove. I assume that means the funny ledge. But I have no... I don't know for sure. Also, let me actually grab a different notepad. One of these days, I'll actually remember to add this functionality to fucking Gossip Zone trackers for what doors I haven't checked for hints. Alien. So there's 4 in there. One guy I read 3, so that's 2 left, and then caves and then castle. It's a setting that makes sense just to add the indicator for, okay, how many doors have I read? Issues I never fucking remember. I need to just spend the 2 minutes putting it on there instead of continuously having to manage a notepad. Do I have access to lobby 2 technically? I don't have lobby 2 access. Or 6. Because actually I might. Oh, wait, hold on. There was the warp that was the back vials. That could lead me up to lobbies 2 and 4. If it isn't, and instead leads to nothing, that is a fairy. If it... Where's the other warp and islands? Like, if this doesn't go to lobby 2, then I have to go forest. Okay, I can go to here. Hello, factory. 34. Double damage. Buzz off. 4 shops. That's actually kind of shit, because that's the only level I'm gonna have access to for the next several hours. 2 is factory. Color bananas. Oh, that's such good. SCB. Put Batty Barrel Baron in there and goes, not. Yeah, I was disclosed by Seagull. Yeah, this was a Oops All Beaver Brothers seed, because you have to disclose that. I don't think there's any things up there. So I've already mentally prepared for that part. I don't like Batty Barrel Bandit. That shit blows. Factory is a 34. Evidently you did not. Or I assume you didn't. I've only been here for 8 minutes. I haven't been inside a bonus barrel. Okay, one here. Japes Diddy. Okay. Japes Cage Front. The turtle game is annoying because it's just like mindless. I'm with you there. But I mind it less than the Batty Barrel Bandit because I just have a horrible sense of timing. Forska Splat behind Beanstalk. Behind Beanstalk cast with Horde. Okay, that's a Horde that I could potentially access in a level I have. 8. Okay. That's not horrible, considering these are pre-activated in-level warps. So there's a decent chance I have access to Beanstalk right away. However, I've been definitely locked out of both regions more times than I can count. Like, you'd be surprised how frequent it is to not get into either No Fun Zone or Beanstalk area. Okay, we have access. There's also a dirt below owl tree. In terms of moves our Kongs start with, we only really have Baboon Balloon. I guess Camera, but like that's not a real move. That's a meme item. And Baboon Balloon isn't much better either, honestly. That does like 3 things, but they all need other items in conjunction with itself. I think the only check in the game that is you only need Baboon Balloon is factory testing area. Every other Baboon Balloon check requires at least one other thing. Alright, shout out to a 420 on this door, and also the fact that I can't get to that splat because there's 2 cops in a clump. Joy. Joy, 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 joy. We will come back with that when I have a weapon. Alright. Can this one leave me to Beanstalk, or am I gonna have to climb the giant mushroom? I have to climb the giant fucking mushroom. Well! At least I know that part, I can get it out of the way. No, wait, it's on the ground. I already seen top of mushroom, and that was at one of the starting places. Alright. At the very least, we get this immediately. Oh, Beanstalk. Golden banana. Golden banana apple, and then there is an apple dirt. 420 on that. The thing about this annoying Kasplat is that there's like 3 enemy spawns back here. Okay, trombone. Okay, perfect. Very happy with that. Because it means I can immediately go back to Owltree and get that Kasplat and kill these cops. Alright, that was behind Beanstalk, which is a cloth. Alright. It's all mostly cops. But at the very least, I already have a weapon to kill them with. So I don't mind as much. Just a GB, but in hard blockers, literally every GB matters. Like, until I have the ability to read my monkey board hint, I'm doing I'm grabbing every GB that I can get my grubby, sweaty little palms on. Because I will never forget the 22 out of 21 to get into Aztec to buy a 23rd out of 23 available GBs. That that seed has fucking scarred me for life and cemented that I will never add hard blockers to my own personal settings. Because that shit just fucking sucks. I kind of want those lanky coins just because shops are set to high. I need every dollar I can get. Especially considering DK is fucking broke. Alright, I am one bunch away from getting his metal. Which I shouldn't have too much issue finding. I have the entirety of the mushroom to climb. And also, I've looked at maybe 3 things in mills. Which is path to P7. So I need to actually keep my eyes and... I don't know what else. Just my eyes peeled. For stupid things in winch or something. That's just a GB. That's a GB. I don't know how I knew. I don't know how I knew there were coins back. There's coin? This is a coin spot? Who was responsible for that? You're not going to see those unless you're climbing up the mushroom. And no one climbs it. That's mean. As long as you know the fact that you only see up and scoff, are we Really? I mean, you might have selected on the gear and then, I don't know, something lucky happened. This is... Forest shops are foolish. Ammo belt... For 5? Honestly? I'll take that now, considering this is a top seed. Okay. That does make sense why the trophy scoffs are so high. Well, in that case, if they're high, then it means I don't have to fucking do them. Caves shop to 4. And there's one last portal. Oops, wrong way. You will find Bean. Probably. Again, this is a foolish shop, but I'm just... Is that a second ammo belt? No way. Both forest shops are ammo belts 1 and 2 for $5 each. I actually love that. I wasted 10 on it. But, like, that's still pretty good. I don't know if I have Omega, lol. If I do, I don't know the capitalization of it. Okay. The clump was kind of walking in the water, and then he just kind of realized, oh, I can't breathe. Where are you? Directly above my head. both of Fungi's fairies down. We're at 5, but also technically 6 GBs. Which is good, because caves is important. Alright, Ice Cold Killer. I'll raise you your Nintendo coin on Check of Legends with a DK move on Check of Legends. Well, I'm glad I got all those ammo belts. I'll need it for all the shooting I'll have to do for that check. Can't wait for that to be fucking Gorilla Grab. So I'll have to do required DK Arcade. Because I just assume the worst of my viewers. Boom Blast, also a decent choice. That would make me equally angry. Because that's probably a super, super deep check. You know, especially considering I have 3 Kong still missing. Yeah. It'd be pretty bad if that was bongos, because there would be so few checks available without it. And on hard B-lockers, it means I would have to search probably every single goddamn one of them. Scrounge up barely enough coins to buy anything. Although, right now, I would really love a gun for a Kong I owned. So I didn't have to worry too much about wasting all 150-something. Oh my god, that's a location. 150 fucking bullets. Dang. There's infighting. Oh yeah, the James Battle Crown on the top of the tree. That shit blows. That is... like, top 5 crown locations that I hate. Between that, and then there's also one on, like, that one spire in Cave's Igloo area that's barely visible. Also, that's so weird. I've seen 2 arenas, and they've both been fairies. Which is not a lot, right? But 20% of all crowns being a fairy, that's kind of weird. Oh, DK is nowhere near its requirement. But on the bright side, if I do have a fairy door, I know exactly where two fairies are. Alright, please be the final hint door. No! Final hint door is locked behind nighttime. Interesting. Oh wait, hold on, I didn't check the lower platforms. You get out of my way? Okay, I mean, there's some for Lanky, but he's already done his metal. Jacob? Okay. It's still points. I mean, that's still good. Anywhere else I want to look in here? I'm still one away from getting into caves, but I also wouldn't put it past for there to be something back here. Oh, $3. Oh, I wish I could grab those. Oh. There's the arena I was kind of hoping was back here. I don't think this is in logic without advanced platforming, though. But does that in any way, shape, or form mean I'm gonna avoid it? If it's gonna give me my 7th... the last GP I need to get into caves? No. Alright. This sucks. But the only enemies are fucking cops and clumps. Arenas become fucking insufferable. How do I even survive for 60 seconds? I guess like this. I even like the sound of booing. Because that's what we're hearing. At least this one is tolerable because there's only like 3 enemy spawns. Like, if in a crown with like 5 slots, all clumps, I think, could be impossible. Like, you just don't have enough real estate in the arena to try to, like, kite and dodge them. Alright. It's not in logic. However, that is how we get into caves. Or how we are getting into caves as Seed. Because otherwise, I don't know what funny Kasplat location I'm missing. Actually, you know what? It's probably just a ferry. Like at one of the Isles ferries on, like, sitting on this mountain or something. That was the ferry I was referring to, but not the reward. Training 20 mountain. Well, that's actually kind of annoying. That means I am just missing one rogue GB somewhere on a Kasplat. It's not on the Forest Arena because we know that's a ferry, and we know it's not on any Forest Ferries because we got our own Forest Ferries. Alright. Very least, that is our caves, which will get us something in a shop. But, like, not much else. Actually, there's one thing else. And that would be Lanky's, what is it? Lanky's 5-door igloo. I have access to that right now. And if there happened to be a Kasplat inside L-shaped cabin, I technically have access to that too. But I don't want to jinx that. That is a horrible fucking location. But honestly, like, with my limited moveset going into caves, what else am I gonna fucking do? Okay. Starting off with a GB. Good. Okay, so I expect to find key 4 in shop. Because otherwise I would need dive to get into lobby. Actually, no. Yeah, this has to be it. Either I find a key just freestanding, like probably key 1 or something. I'm just trying to sneak past them without using an instrument. Or it's the key 4 in Cave's shop. I suspect the latter. And I would be really surprised if I got a different key here. Alright, shuffled warps. Okay, one of the hint doors. Thank you at the very least making these shuffled. Vanilla shuffled locations. Makes finding these hints a lot less annoying. Anyway, speaking of annoying, 3 fairy helm door. That's not annoying at all. That's the easiest helm door requirement that I have probably ever seen. Yeah, there's the key to the shop. I'm gonna do this then. Who has more money? 11. Oh! It's 12. Didn't realize prices got that high in these settings. Blueprint. Okay. Minor inconvenience, but whatever. I don't have the ability to... why did I think I had mangas? I was gonna say, I don't think I have the ability to check that, but I can go in there looking for, like, coins and CDs. But not even that's correct. I can't enter there. That's the other instrument. Okay, that's fine. Someone just randomly showed up to your door. Did you tell them about our Lord and Savior, PK64randomizer.com, the peak of all randomizers? Because I think that's a good use of time. Someone just randomly shows up to your door, just tell them about PK64randomizer.com. And they will either join you, or they will never see you again. Next to Totoro is another dirt. Okay, we can get that hint, because we have a Boom Balloon. Thankfully. Thinking that? Well, you have it ready for next time. One item in main caves is the key 2. Interesting. That is probably locked behind... what's it called? That's probably locked behind... Blue Slam, so I can do Ice Castle. If I had to wager. Another fairy. Okay. That is now 3 fairies I know the location of. So if I somehow am so deprived on... How is this also 420? Oh, I guess you can just set it as static, can't you? Thank you for the happy Saturday, Oopla. Morning, Bob. Thank you for the bits. Hope things are going well. Yeah, you said... Oh, boy. Well, considering they're all set to 420, I'm led to believe that they will probably not be important until significantly later. And if I really get paranoid, I can do, like, the see-up clip just to peek at it like I used to do before glitch logic came into existence. Oh, I actually need those coins. And I need this instrument refill. Now, I can't believe I spent $10 on an ammo belt. Clearly I need to spend those $10 on instrument upgrades. go buy that key for. Alright, Cave's Candy. About to have nothing, because it's key 4. Cool. One more lobby, and hopefully a level requirement that is, like, 15. There. Should probably at least look, see if there's an arena up on top of the castle. I mean, there isn't, but there's so much money. So where's that fairy? Oh, it's probably by the fucking rock. There's the instrument upgrade I was asking about 5 seconds ago. Alright, I'm 35 minutes in. I have 2 ammo belts and 1 instrument upgrade. I'm about to exhaust the item pool of all of my shitty colorless potions.
Monkey.
Thank you, Maple Leaf, for the 100. A whole hunch. And the 5k bits badge. There are now 2 of y'all with that badge, and I still haven't added any emotes to either the 100 or either 10 or not the 10, the 1k or the 5k badge, because I have no idea what to do for either of those. One day I'll think to just, I don't know what I would do. I know for like tier 2 and tier 3, people will just do like a gold and silver version of like an already existing emote. 5k bit badge. 2 people now have access to it, to that tier of like bit badge submission, and therefore have access to that much of bit donated emotes, and I haven't done anything for either of them yet. Like, I know that, yeah, people do gold and silver ones for tier 2 and tier 3, but the thing is, like, the bit badges, like, just, they keep going for a very long time. So I don't think, like, what do I do like, after gold and silver? Like, there's not much left for that. Bit badge color. That sounds incredibly unuseful. Like, I can't, like, sure they're there, but like, who wants to use a dark blue colored Scarlet? Unless you're assembling all 7 Chaos Scarlets and going fucking Super Saiyan. Actually doesn't sound. How high do the bit badges go? Which bit badges? How much would you have to give a streamer to acquire all of the Chaos Scarlets? Manage emote reward slots. If higher have been achieved in your channel, these emotes will be unlocked as well as slots. Yeah, 100, 5k, 10k, 25, 50. Oh my god, how many are there? No, not the train thing. It's the train is something that they let a hype train during a fucking chibi robo stream, which is such wild. Oh. Floppy flagpoles with 7. Hello, gamers. We were talking about bit badges and definitely me not actually playing the video gated. Hello, Raiders. Thank you. Thank you, Floppy. How was y'all stream? Hope you're having a great day as well as your viewers. And I'm also hoping I have access to the next lobby, because I'm about to run out of checks in here.
You're lousy!
Hello, Raiders. As the sound said, I am lousy, so you should probably keep your expectations low. We are playing some good old DK64randomizer.com, the best randomizer on the goddamn internet. It is the best way to play not only DK64, but also literally any randomizer. Yeah, it is a randomizer. Golden bananas, medals, blueprints, moves, fairies, crowns, rainbow coins. They're all reshuffled. Not just between them each other, but also like location-wise. Like this is not where a crown usually is. It is here right now. And colors too. It's a good time. Would recommend. But with probably substantially more tame settings than what I play. Because these settings are absolutely hell. Oh, dirt on lobby 5 vanilla. Did you say L5? Is there a splat back here? There is not a splat back here. It also comes with the fun feature of being able to just switch Kongs at any point. A setting that saves probably several hours. Alright. Lobby 5 is Galleon. This is probably the one level I didn't want to see, because even if I can get into this lobby right now with only 14, like, I have shops. That's all I can do. Alright, so my bet, based on this, is that I need to go to Galleon Lobby to get... Lobby's to key 8, by the way. I need to get into the... get that key to get access to this lobby. To do nothing in Galleon, just to go back to caves and get the... What? I have never seen this. Himself in? I know this seed's like 3 weeks old, but like I thought Elrock squashed all the self-hinting Kong hints like probably 2 months ago. Wait, what? What was that? Behind the... Oh. Well. Fuck. Okay. Oh. Oh, I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Okay, we'll go here. We'll just do a few quick things and check shop and whatever. We go back to Fours, grab that Wath for a Sphere 0 check. Oops. And then... I guess we go back to caves and do the main caves area things. Oh, I don't want to do Womps right now. I cannot stress enough how much I do not wish to Womp at this particular location. Oh, there's also ice traps. That's also another fun feature of this randomizer. Okay. Now I'm actually kind of mad that I got Blue Slam right as I walked into Galleon. Which means I actually have to do some of these things. Oh, there's our... That's somehow our first medal in 40-something minutes. It's not an ounce of... Oh, shit! Wow, you've made one hell of a seed on your end. Path to key 1 is in fact an actual path to follow and not just the key itself in Hideout fucking Elm. Oh wait, wrong button. Alright. Yeah, what did you get? If it's something like Mini Monkey, you're fucked. Like, you have your entire game ahead of you. But if it's like a DK potion, then there's a chance you're getting like Boom Blast or Crab, which is like a much smaller thing. Jape's shops to 7. Okay, you have Mini. Yeah, Mini Monkey I think is the worst thing to get late game because then you have to backtrack just everywhere to do anything. All right. I need every GB I can get. Alright, how much? 10? I hate spending this kind of money. However, I kind of have to. Yikes. Oh, wow, I didn't. Gaming. Oh, hello. Alright, please be something... What would I can't even rule anything out as being useless. Help! Wait. Wait! Damn it! Why do they have a projectile? Let me bounce on their heads in peace. Okay. I think that all clumps in Arena is probably the worst setting you could have come up with. Because this is hell. This is truly hell. At least I can stun them, but like, ah! Imagine if I didn't have Lanky, who has this just giant Beyblade as a dash attack. I had to like do crowd control with DK's extremely risky kicking move. That would suck ass. That clump is massive. Why are cops here? Are really both clumps? No, it's just a cop that's not disclosing his presence. Oh, Lord. Okay. Nothing. Hopefully. Sneeze, and I have to do this again. Please give me a gun video game. I can only listen to that noise so many times. Some real, like, monkey paws shit. Like, I wish I had a way to kill cops on early in this mostly cop seed. and it gives me the instrument with the longest possible sound effect attached to it. Oh, you want a way to kill cops? Well, I sure hope you don't like your eardrums. Went to... Alright. We have, like, both shops and then, like, cactus check. And hopefully we can pivot that into leaving. Oh, for only 2? Thank you, Candy. Lifesaver. We go to Forest Behind Clock. A check I should have gone in an hour ago. You know, an hour. 40 minutes ago. And then we do... Ice King. Because I believe that's probably where our key 2 is. Because there's no chance in hell that I'm getting into a 34 factory with my current spread of moves. I would need, like, the next 5 checks to all be moves, and maybe I would actually have a chance to get 34 GPs. Alright. Morning, Grudge Max. How are y'all? Oh, look at the... Oh, he's just a little guy! Oh, he's just a little guy. Alright, that's not an autocomplete, so I can't even peek this. Yeah, I can't... That's annoying. Alright, jump up higher. DK... Actually, I need to... This seed has been going... It's not the worst. But it is, all cops and clumps. And you would be surprised how disrupting all clumps are. Especially in a battle arena. Okay. Actually, I needed that money. Well, now I can go buy that blueprint. Fuck off. Alright. Nothing else in here. Let's go and... Yeah, only 2 splats. Alright. Let's go get that Sphere Zero Waff I orphaned. And let's see it be a fucking gun. Let's see it be Sprint. Just so that I have to do Beetle Race in caves for Key 2. That's my prediction. Like, this is either a gun or Sprint. Potentially, even both. Ah, it's actually gone. I could have left that behind for a while. Where are we going? Caves. I need to go a long way around. Clock. Asp. Twirl. Oh, and your path to Key 1 in Helm? It was Twirl? Is it like... That's not where I was supposed to go. I mean, I could actually do this. Be like... Factory Prod, I guess. Metal. Is there a dirt pack there? Unless you somehow don't have vine. No, actually, you have to have vines. You got into Helm. Alright, I have no idea. Alright. Look, I actually made it past that one for once. Should have assumed that one. Alright. Caves main area. Now that I have Blue Slam. Is it on Ice King, or is it on the Kasplat inside Beetle Race lobby? Place your bets now, except not literally, because that that would take too much time. Now's the time. How about a banana fairy? Well, I guess it's on Beetle Race lobby. And I'm still doing this because I don't want to do those arenas, because those arenas suck without plumps and no wave. Plus, it gives me time to think a little bit, like, is there anything I'm potentially orphaning? I don't think so, just because of how few checks I even have. Guess Underground, it actually would not be a purple guess. You want, like, the real Banana Fairy in the Caves Monkey Port area. Oh, the one where you have to, like, mini monkey into. And then twirl across that. Yeah? Yeah, I could see that being it. It's actually a pretty good deduction. Oh! Hello. Pineapple launcher on Lanky's medal. My golden banana. There wasn't like a splat here. Huh. Okay. Five-phase blastomatic? Jeez. Sometimes I consider, like, turning on random rule lengths and helm lengths, and I realize, no, that just sounds exhausting. Okay, Cave's main area. Oh, I got the instrument upgrade. That's it. That must be what it's referring to. That's the waft check. Also, shout out to that being now 2 guns I have, but neither of them are punks I own. Cave's main. Alright, those are the only Cave's main area checks I could even do, I think. I was really hoping that was gonna be it. So now I'm missing something else somewhere. I mean, I have 18 GBs. Like, I'm not getting... Not getting into factory next. That help link route, yeah. I might want to. That shit just adds way too many requirements and just takes too long. Main caves. What's the main caves I'm forgetting? Maybe there's just is there a arena vibing around somewhere? I just didn't see it. That could be it. Oh, what if it's on... Okay, hold on. Like, if I'm thinking random arena location that could be in Cave's Main, one that immediately comes to mind is just the itty-bitty one that could be on that corner platform. No, it's not even there. Okay. Where the fuck? That's like a spy that's up there, not one that's down here, probably, right? There's no funny slamming bastard over here. Oh. Yeah, it was in caves? Damn. And just pick up E2, right? No, 6, 7, 8, we're still not saying it also too. Bro! What am I fucking missing? I'm convinced this is this arena that's just somewhere hiding is the next play, because I don't think there's anything else in the bars that would get me anything. The area which extends as Cave's Main really doesn't contain a lot unless you're named Chunky Kong and you have Primate Punch. Which would make me think, okay, maybe I need Primate Punch to get to E2, but E2... Chunky's locked by himself in Japes. And Japes is locked behind Key 2, so that's not it. Then to be locked behind... There's a warp I'm missing. Okay, yeah. Okay, I figured it out. Only other checks in Cave's main area are the Monkeyport Cave and the other one. And because I already had a warp into one of those caves, I know the other one is accessible somewhere. So it's probably just I didn't take the warp in. Fuck, I don't know. Probably back here, next to that giant clump. That one leads to the cave that has the bonus barrel, and that bonus barrel has my key too. So otherwise, I genuinely don't think there are any non-chunky main caves checks left. It has to be a warp onto that cave. You get out of my fucking way. Why did you have to be here and have to be so goddamn fat? Yeah. Yep. Alright, at least the 12 has a gold one in it. Okay. Again, that's also a thing I should have grabbed the first time I was in here. Kind of like that Waff Gorilla grab, but not the grab Gorilla gone. So that was a oopsie on my part. I genuinely thought I already checked that warp. Alright, Japes is... If it isn't accessible... Yeah, it's a 12. I was gonna be shocked. Ooh, Lanky matching game. Lanky matching. Aztec. Right. Time to figure out how Chunky locks himself. Lanky metal. Alright, cave Lanky metal. I might as well just say pineapple launcher as well, because, you know, that's what that check was. Foolish to explore, factory start. Worst hint. Worst fucking hint. If it was manually excluded that it would be foolish to seek out homing ammo and sniper scope was removed as a possible hint, because, you know, they're never required. That's such a useless hint. Being told about factory start being useless is also a fucking useless hint. Like, this region does not do much of anything. Alright, I can't fucking peek at these. Ah. Like, if it was Waff, you know what? Sure. I'll take the hint. But for foolish? No. Yeah.
You're lousy.
Okay, so did the Chunky Lock himself thing technically be, like, the Japes Concage thing? Like, is that what this is? He's just vibing on that location? Because otherwise, I can't think of what it would be. Where's this goddamn fairy? Why is it just out of render distance? I didn't write anything that was in that shop, but it was all kind of duds, so I'm just gonna write duds. That's in frame. Fuck off. Alright, is Chunky? He is sitting there. Okay. Interesting. Oh, there's also Rocket Bear. Or... Thought I prevented this? Elrock, this seed was genned like 2.5 weeks ago. So you might have fixed this. This is a viewer seed that I've just have not had the time to get to. So there's a chance that you might have actually fixed this by now. So worry not. This is a me-caused issue, not you. On page. Also, morning. How are y'all doing? Anyway, speaking of my own sanity. Oops, all giant clumps. That's a horrible setting. Okay, so apparently massive clumps are just, like, they still have a hitbox after being knocked down, so let's just not bother with them. Yeah. He knew something was wrong. Like, Chunky's not supposed to lock himself. That's odd. Itty Lanky Chunky. Okay, that's what the video things was. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, so if pineapple was Woth, do I need the company coin that's chilling in pineapple cage? Now that I think about it, that's a little bit of junk money. Oh, hello. That is Tiny. No, that's Lanky Rampy Cage. That's got purple on it. Do how one was blocking. Ah. Donkey can find Tiny in caves. Okay. I haven't done any DK's checks in there, but that's increasingly likely it might be on the Baboon Blast. What? Fucking what? Okay. Sure. Fucking sure. Anyway, I have all but one Diddy move before I got anything for Tiny, or anything for DK, or even Tiny herself. Bright's like, when I eventually find Diddy in like 5 years, he'll have so much to do, so much to see, so much to do, so much to see. So surely that's an upside in some universe. Oh yeah, Jack of Legends is a DK move. I probably do need him for something. That's a rather high possibility. Although I am still, oh yeah. Oh, Check of Legends being a DK move could actually mean, oh, that Check of Legends is required. I don't like that. I liked the 5 minutes where I just assumed I needed it for the Nintendo coin in Pineapple Cage and not for anything else beyond that. Oh yeah, DK does find Tiny. Yeah, so it restricts it a little bit. Yeah, because all of DK's things in there require a move. But there's still a chance that, like, not the move in there is the move. But the chances are still up there. Oh yeah, it could be on metal. This thought exercise sucks. Anyway. Morning version. I don't know if I said hi to you when you made me hydrate. What makes this game a randomizer? Well, let's just go through the whole list. Golden bananas, crowns, keys, medals, coin, fairy, the other coin, blueprints, Kong, the bean, the pearl, rainbow coins. Those are all shuffled amongst each other. Like, anywhere you find one, you could find the other. I'm doing alright. The seed is wild. We're getting wilder by the second. But it's not miserable yet. It could still get there. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are shuffled. Like, yeah, that's usually a bonus bear that gives you a golden banana, but that's actually a blueprint. And then on top of that, like Kasplat locations and Dirt Patch locations and Banana Fairy locations and even colored bananas. Like the devs of the Rando have added custom locations for those, so you can find those in places where you wouldn't in the vanilla game. There is some wild shit. Ooh, a chunky move. For $1, probably need it. Be a gun. Mini monkey. All right, well, there goes the nothing for tiny dream. Actually, I'm glad. I should be glad that I'm getting a mini monkey early. Yeah, moves are also randomized. That's the other thing. Moves. So you can find moves in the overworld. You can find them in shops. There's so much. Let me check the top of the tree. Just for CBs. Yeah, okay. Yeah, should do this. It's not gonna give me his medal, which is set to 40 in these settings, just for sanity's sake. But it's closer. Like, I can't grab that. Like, that's too far in there. Unfortunately. What if that actually worked? Okay. Where do I even want to go? Aztec, Chunky Metal, Beanstalk Mine Clutch. There isn't a cartridge copy of the randomizer because the randomizer doesn't randomize itself. Like, if you gen a seed, there's only one seed per ROM, essentially. So, selling a cartridge copy of the DK randomizer would A, not really be useful because it's one seed, but also B, someone has already done it and it's been taken down, and there's even a warning on the starting screen where it's like, hey, this is free, don't reproduce and sell these. That's not cool, dude. Alright, how close am I for Chunky? 20? Okay, that's nothing. Let's go elsewhere. I want to go and do Pineapple Cage. Just for the sake of it. Because I don't do it now, I'm going to forget. Authentic hardware, moving problems on emulators. Yeah, DK64 is like a notoriously hard to emulate game as is. Any Monkey Banana Fairy? I don't have Tiny Kong. I can't go there. Yeah, but you can get an EverDrive, what Elrock's saying, where you can put ROM, as many ROMs as your little heart desires onto a thing, so you can play it on hardware, and it works. Where did I want to go? I want to go to caves. There's like a handful of things in caves I can do now I actually have Gorilla gone. Ow. Also in this rando, you can make Chunky wear his disco suit from the opening sequence. That's pretty cool. There's also a lizard. You gotta love the lizard. Oh, you turned on tough enemies. Why am I surprised? How am I not surprised that someone turned on hard enemies where the cops have like thrice as much health? I should know better by now. This is like the third seed from them. I should expect this. know I can't pick up the boulder yet, but this is still pretty close to metal. And I need to drop down and go to that last shop anyway. And hope that I could do something with it. 2 more GBs I can buy. I'm getting close is... Oh! That's... Okay. I'm like, oh, I'm so struggling for things to do. I have key 2. But I didn't check lobby 3. For some bizarre reason. Okay. So let's just peek in here and then I dip. Okay. Yeah, that's why I was going to Pineapple Cage. Actually, no. Because the warp to lobby... Okay, I don't know why I went to Pineapple Cage then. I just got lost. Yeah, this was not the correct trip to caves. No, wait, we did go to lobby 3. That's where Japes was. No, this is where I'm supposed to be going. I'm wrong about how right I was. Oh, hello, Arena. Thing I'm only going to be doing with Lanky because he's probably the best for it. Oh, with only 33 seconds. Blessed be. It's only 3. They're moderately sized. 33 seconds. This is the best goddamn arena I've ever seen. Do I need to go? There's some things I can probably do in... I have not seen the Mario movie, no. I have heard it's gotten mixed reception. That's about it. But I'm also not much of a movie person. At least not a modern movie person. I watch shitty movies from the 80s, almost exclusively, pretty much. So my taste in most content is questionable at best. Except my taste in randomizers, where I play mostly DK64 randomizer, which is objectively the best randomizer. What am I doing? 26... I want to go to forest. I want to go to forest. Can't explain why. Probably because it's a level that I haven't explored with Chunky. Like, at least a check I can do that isn't like random splat placements. Not all worlds unlocked at start. Worlds are unlocked based on the keys you unlock in, you know, the regular game. Except the entrances are shuffled amongst themselves. So in this case, forest is on lobby 1, where it's usually on lobby 5. I can't access lobby 4 right now because that's locked behind diving, and I don't have that. Scorpion is yours. It's hard B-lockers, so I can't skip anything. And there's a few levels where I have access to the lobbies, but I don't have the GBs to enter them. For Factory, for example, the next level I probably can access is locked behind 34 golden bananas, and Angry Aztec is left behind 46. So I need to just find more random GBs so I can even get into those levels. Even that, I wouldn't really have access to Aztec, considering I need vines to cross the gap over the quicksand, or I need Tiny Kong plus Ponytail Twirl. And I don't have either of those. But that's also, like, probably going to be the final world on unlock, so I'm not that worried about not being able to do anything in Aztec yet. That is a much more future problem. Like, I fully expect to get dive before I have to worry about any of that. So I can actually, like, do things in Gloomy Galleon. Which is, like, the one really annoying thing right now, because if I have, like, 4 worlds available, Japes, Galleon, Caves, and Fungi. But, like, that's a bit misleading, because, like, there's 4 things total locked behind, or 4 things that are accessible that aren't locked behind diving Galleon. Yeah, I could do the damage boost across the sand, but logically, I'm not supposed to, and I tend to obey the logic of my seed. Tend to, not always. Oh, I'm so good! Oh, I'm so good! Oh, I'm so good. Expertly routed damage taking. Oh, hi, Cop. Yeah, I tend to try not to break logic with those sort of things. And I don't want to do that. Alright, I don't know why I'm opening this. I do this every time. I don't know why I opened that, even though anytime I have Tiny, Featherbow, and Mini Monkey, I just do the funny out of bounds. Because it's not breaking logic. It's just a time saver. Is that a balloon? Yeah. Okay. Other things we can do. We can do Top of Mushroom, which I actually kind of want to warp to this place with. I also kind of want to turn at night to go to the back of Barn, which is where my final hint door is. And because that doesn't really impede on anything for me doing them at night, I'm going to do that now. I actually have a gun. Alright. Oh, I need every dollar I can get. Oh, really? I wasn't turned into a clump. Interesting. Yeah, you can set the logic to your own preference, whether you want literally no logic or certain glitches. Like, you can set which ones you have enabled. I usually go with Trough and Scoff skips and advanced platforming, but this is a Cooper seed, and they don't have those enabled. But if you want to do one that has absolutely no logic at all, then that is absolutely on the table. Although, no guarantee that it's even beatable. Because, you know, the whole no logic part. But I assume that if you're asking about no logic, then you probably know what you're getting into. At least I hope. Alright, anything else I wanted to do around... Oh, there's a skeleton! Bro! You gonna tell me there's a 3rd enemy in this pool? I thought it was just clumps and cops. How have I not seen a single other skeleton for an hour and a half? That's incredible. Nope. Can't do this check, but I am in here for CBs to help Chunky Kong along. Okay, nothing else. Cool, 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 cool. Yep, there's a splat. I was hoping I'd find one back here. Again, I was only coming here for the hint door, which will actually hopefully give me a sense of direction. Even though I just unlocked Chunky, I feel like I have no idea where I'm supposed to be going right now. And I'm really hoping that somewhere isn't just getting enough GBs to go into factory. Like a 34 out of 34. First round this seed. Yeah, I got into Japes at long last. Aztec is a 46. I know that game. I had that lobby unlocked from the start. I walked in, saw it with thine very eyes. Morning, Seagull. How are y'all doing? I'm suffering through another mostly cop seed. Do I have any extra blueprints with these dinguses? 1 and 1 and 1. Alright, the range to 31. But I'm still missing 3. And it's probably the last 3 that are accessible logically. Yeah, this is someone's seed. After 3 weeks of not being around on Saturdays. Oops. Ba-do-ba-do-ba-do. Where's the factory? I mean, I can go factory lobby if I wanted to. In case there's like a splat and a fairy in there. This is a fairy, by the way. I know it's there. Sent around 21 March. Yeah, around there. I have been busy for entirely too many Saturdays. I just haven't been able to get around to it. Okay, there was a splat in here. Worth checking. This could be number... Okay, cool. And we're only 2 GBs away from being able to actually get into the factory. Although I am also clean out of ideas. In shops... Jin has seated the level of the other 2. Yeah, this one's been kind of weird as is. Galleon... Oh, actually, hold on. What about Snoop? Snoop? Snides? Like the funny weasel man? So Snides will always give you golden bananas in this randomizer. Like every time you get a blueprint, it's basically you have a GB on a delay. And I can trade in the 3 blueprints I have into 3 more GBs. But I'm still down 2 more GBs to get into factory with. Okay, I know I didn't actually pay attention to what was in this shop, so I might actually... Okay, yeah. Yeah, those are the 2 GBs. Yeah. At the moment, blueprints are always GBs. It's a very constant suggestion for the devs to find a way to have it so Snides can give you other things. The issue is that when you have multiple blueprints and you you trade them in at Snides, he gives you them like all at once. And communicating to the player when they are potentially getting 8 items simultaneously is really is really hard to do with the EK64's existing limitations. So, until that part gets solved, blueprints are basically just delayed golden bananas. Alright. Anyway, those are the 3 we need. That isn't a 34 out of 34. There's still 1 blueprint in Galleon Cranky that I couldn't buy at the time. But that is 34 out of 35 accessible GBs as far as I know. There's probably like 2 more somewhere. There's probably like a silly fairy I didn't see. But like, this is a very, very harsh requirement. Which I expect, because Heartbeat Lockers is turned on. And that setting is evil. That's an evil setting. Alright. Factory time. Should do this in a slightly different order. This is the only way I have to actually get to my lobby too. And this is a lengthy stride. Anyone other hands up there? No. Alright. Finally get into factory. Is there anything that's hinted in factory? No. There is not. Well, except factory start being foolish. A hint that I don't know how still exists. That's a good warp, honestly. Not horrible. And if this sends me up to... Alright, these are honestly really good warps. The Sacred Geese of Juno. Well, it's a goose. And every geese is unholy. So that is my opinion. Yeah, pre-activated warps are pretty good. And I personally really like when pre-activated warps have, like, shuffled locations. It's the routing a bit weird in some cases, but better than walking. Which is the downside that only sometimes I get good warps. Sometimes I just have absolutely inconvenient warp locations that don't actually help me anywhere. I don't hear a splat above me, so... Anyway, that was Featherbow on mid-pole pass. There's also a mid-pole there. Alright. Tiny, despite not existing right now, currently has more moves than DK. Your Honor, I swear I was not trying to kill you. You've got it all wrong. Officer, please. I'm innocent. I mean, I was gonna jump down here anyway, so I don't mind that warp that much. Oh right, I can't even fumble in trying to do that funny flip for too long. Because double damage is turned on. Oh, why'd I... Okay, that's a fake GB. Okay. I was about to say, oh, why'd I start that whole process? Because, like, I have to do the whole sequence anyway right now. Because, you know, hard blockers and actually paranoid and all that jazz. But that's fake. Yeah, in the original game, the guards, or cops with a K, as we tend to call them, those are only in Stealthy Snoop. But in the rando, you could add them to the enemy pool. And the devil who put my seed together under there's vines. Made it so the only enemies that can appear are cops, clumps, which are the big guys that throw oranges, and then skeletons. I've seen maybe 3 skeletons total. So it's mostly just been cops and clumps. What was that? On page. Diddy can be bought in. Man! That would be a great hint if that was placed in any other level. Because I'm already in factory and there's no chance I'm skipping shops. Like, that's kind of a waste of a hint. Because I'm probably going to find him sometime between the start of this sentence and potentially even the end of this sentence. Not there. Oh! Well. That's an issue. That's, it's bought by Tiny. And Tiny is locked by DK in Caves, and DK in Caves needs a move to even do anything with. That is really bad. And the only DK move we know the whereabouts of is on Shack of Legends, which, you know, locks 2 of the Kongs. So I don't think that's gonna be what locks Tiny. I don't have any more money with Chunky, so I can't actually buy this. GB. Okay. Ron plays well. If you go to dev.dk64randomizer.com, you can download right now and gen a seed with all your favorite and least favorite settings. Although you did say you wanted to play on console because the emulator is a bit weird, and yeah, I agree. It's a good time. People love watching DK64randomizer.com. Almost as much as... Actually, probably more than some people like playing it. It feels like sometimes. Yeah, that is the link. Alright, that is the third of 3 fairies we need for our helm door, which is the kindest helm door I've ever seen in this game. What is this? That's a GB. Grab it. Yeah, it's the peak of all randomizers. Why else can you hear the game over music every time you use trombone to kill a cop in Frantic Factory? No other randomizer can provide that much dopamine all at once. Yeah, it's not by my choice. Just that there's only so many, like, jingles. And that one lasts, like, 9 times as long as the rest of them. Sometimes you just gotta kind of suffer. Alright, that's a fairy. That's the one item I know I can stop looking at now. Unless they give me 2 fairy doors in Helm. I don't know about that. That'd be mean. Galleon shops. That's not a useful hint. Alright, I'm telling you that. That's not a good hint. The randomized word run. No. Yeah. In this seed, the trombone sound was replaced by the game over music, which is really unfortunate because it's the only instrument I have right now I can use to quickly kill a swarm of cops. Not by the setting on the site or in the code. Yeah. It's a very long sound, and I understand if you possibly could have got it confused with like what could have been just normal overboard music. Helm door to one fairs that sets. There's code that sets helm door one to ferry. And the code that sets helm. Okay. Not selectable at the same time. So even by random, like if it was like too random, they can't choose the same one. Yeah, 39. This. It would pick two different ones. Okay, cool. So, yeah. As I was saying, fairies are officially dead. Because I already have the 3 I need for Helm, and there's no fucking chance that this seed gen'd a 20 required fairies for BFI. I refuse to believe I exist in this timeline. Yeah, I believe so. As far as I'm aware, EverDrives just run off like an SD card. So like you throw your seeds on there and you can just play as many as that little SD card can hold. Oh, I'm so glad that that is a rainbow coin. Oh, the copper's in there. Perfect. Joy to me. $40. A pearl. Come here.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Oh, I'm sucking at this particular beaver bother.
Well done!
There's added things to make errors from 64 to run it properly. No. Well, So the thing about when you, as far as I'm aware, when you're running like games off of EverDrive or whatever, it's pretty much like there shouldn't be like any emulation issues, but there are probably bugs that work on emulator that don't work on console that aren't intended. And again, you should definitely report those bugs if you see them, because the devs would love to go patch that. Nice. Also 420 Prophet's Off Door for the 8th time. It is definitely still entertaining the umpteenth time. Alright, if anything, between console and emulator, emulator's the one that tends to have more issues, because there's like 2 emulators total that are like actually run this game and have it work properly, because like every other emulator just does not handle DK64. So if you have a means of playing on EverDrive, you're probably better off than most console or most emulator players. I don't know if it was FB or DF. FB. Dead Facebook. Morning, Ultramaractus. How are y'all doing? CC. Alright. Didn't fail 3 times on piano game this time, so better than my seat on one day. Very least. I'm still 4 GBs short of entering Aztec, which is less stellar. I didn't look if there was any CBs in this room. Okay, I mean, there's that, but I don't have a gun. I need that gun at some point. Slanky Aztec shooting gallery is Woth. Can't do anything there, obviously. That path. Am I done in factory? No. Did I get anything in factory? Fines. That doesn't give me anything in any other level, though. Means I don't have to take a warp. Oh, well, there's another thing. I don't need to take a warp, technically. So now I'm only 3 behind. 0, 7, 7. There's gotta be something. I'm just not thinking of in here. I guess I could climb Prod. That's an option. In case there's like a splat or a different thing up there. We know Chunky's is a fake GB, and we know that cop is levitating. Unless I walk underneath him, then he comes down to Earth to personally smite my ass into prison. I think when in doubt, we want to explain, or want to just wave, just sort of hand wave the jank away. Just say, yeah, it's probably the expansion pack fault. Yeah, the cop was levitating for a little bit before arriving at Earth. Because I think it was probably replacing a bee. And this is not a bee-safe zone. This is cops, clumps, and crossbones. Also, I can't believe that I nearly left factory without doing counting game. On Wii U VC is also supported. I think that's... Honestly, I think that's the platform that's had the least amount of testing on it, because... Who owns a fucking Wii U? Warren Humid, I'm learning to count. Okay, 2 more GBs I need to go find until I get into Aztec. Which now means I should probably go and climb Prod for miscellaneous things. You own a Wii U, that's what you play your DK on? I'm so sorry for your loss. My condolences, someone. For having to hold the Wii U tablet. Okay, is there anything here? Lanky can probably get his medal. Wow, that is all of Lanky's. Wow, all of the CPs are just up here. Alright, one more GB. Alright, I feel way better about this now. How many coins does DK have? 14. I still want to grab these. And there's the arena. Perfect. As long as this is a motherfucker. Is a fairy. If that was a GB, that was my Aztec access right then and there. I'm still missing one. Imagine if they actually did localize the DK rap into every language they ported it into. I feel like that'd probably be hard because as far as I'm aware, the lyrics of the DK rap are like individual instruments in the sound bank. So I feel like some languages would have a much harder time like fitting it in to the amount of instruments used for the English version. Yeah, this is a viewer seed. This is someone's viewer seed. They submitted this. They redeemed this 21 days ago, and I've just been busy for entirely too many Saturdays. That's a medal. God damn it. I was really hoping that that was going to be a GB, so I could just kind of, like, do that out of logic. Get it that way. So I can just get into Aztec. The good thing about these doors all being statically set to 420 as a joke, and as a byproduct of not actually turning on Troffenscoff skips in logic, I can pretty much ignore every one of those doors until I have the rest of my Kongs. The gimmick of this seed is mostly that gimmick that was supposed to exist but then didn't. And then it's also all cops, clumps, and crossbones. Mostly the first two. I've seen maybe 3 crossbones. I was gonna grab these. Okay, what level do I not have someone's medal in? That's probably my Aztec access. Okay, no. Oh! Okay, yeah. The one free GB left before I get to Aztec is the chest in Galleon. Because I never went back there once I got chunky. Because it's dry Galleon. There's so little in there. And I am really and truly banking on the one last check in there just being just being a GB. Instead of getting McDonald's instead of actually making food. Yeah, I can relate to that so much. Or I would just stream for too long and I'm like, I don't want to actually cook, so I guess I'm just ordering in. So it's nice to know at least one viewer has the opposite effect of what happens to me. Clean by eating. That does sound wrong. Do not eat the dust off your floor. You will get very unwell. That's a bad idea. Going discount. Works too. Well, there's the GB. Which subscriber role on Discord? I think there's a refresh button, but if it don't sync, that's you're barking up the wrong tree, Chief. Where is it? Where's the button? Jacob, sync to subscribe. Last synced on April 1st. Okay, hold on. Alright, I have synced now. If you don't got it, then I don't know what to tell you. I clicked the button. Yeah, you gotta connect the Discord. There is a Discord. Maple Leaf, I can't believe you don't know this. You get exclusive pictures of my cat. And everyone else's cat. So many of my viewers have cute cats. And also a rat or two. I guess I could do Drunky Chunky while I'm here. It's a good time. I forgot about Drunky Chunky. I mean, well, again, this is the first time I've come back here since getting Chunky. But I nearly left. But yeah, Human, if you're having issues syncing, like getting the emotes or whatever, it should do it automatically, but I don't know. If it doesn't, I don't know how to troubleshoot. Like that almost sounds like a Twitch or Discord issue, and not on me. That's the second blueprint. I did this to avoid having to go twist knives and turn in a blueprint. And now I have to turn it in, and then also his brother. No joke, it's faster for me to just do this at this point. Oh, so I guess I should probably write Drunky or a dirt patch. Very cool. Oh, fuck, out of water. I'm gonna swap this out, actually. Hacked. Right there. Having a good sleep. She's awoken from her good sleep. Come here. Hi. How are you? Sorry I woke you up. I was parched. Rippy, I can't. You're so mean to these people. They just want to look at the cat. Obstructed by live split. Good baby. Oh, you're such a good baby. Mwah. Also, morning. Hope you're doing well. Although I guess the viewers usual sentence to add death probably don't wish you the same greeting. No, I never checked columns. I don't need to, because I don't have sprint. Like, this is a knowledge thing right now more than anything. Oh, I love hitboxes. Oh, I love hitboxes. Shoutouts to Entropy, moving that metal close enough that turning around and abusing the front-loadedness of a Kong hitbox allows me to touch it. That's some good shit. The local man steals metal from wounded inmates. You logic prison. No, please, you're on. It's a metal. It's not a real item, I swear. It's made of chocolate. I guess I should probably look. Pineapple is technically Wath, but it's also probably referring to the Check of Legends, which we know is a DK move. Which, knowing me, it's probably Bongos or probably Helm. Oh, there's not even a Splat in here. I just kind of assumed there would be. I mean, if you redeem ads, I click the funny run ads button. If you choose to run ads and you yourself don't have like Twitch Turbo and you sentence yourself to ads, I don't think I am licensed enough to diagnose that at all. You just must really like looking at ads. Oh my. No regrets. What else is here? DK. Okay, Mikey has 17. I can probably afford that. Especially since I have more than that. Maniac was submitting seed to be pressing the ad button. Yeah. The balance between running ads and making me play horrible seeds. It's the one arguably balanced thing. Yeah. Local man just physically cannot stop running ads. That and that. Where does this one take me? Alright, also, back ass attack. And this is also probably back axe. Yeah. I can't. I mean, I can check. Tiny Temple. 50 minutes of almost back to. It's not fully back to back because like Twitch won't let me. Like, once I finish an ad thing, I have to wait like pretty much that time plus like another minute and a half before I can click the button again. So it won't be 50 minutes of continuous ads. It would be like an hour and a half of staggered ads, which would probably be worse. Yeah, about 2 hours of 50% ads at around that frequency. It's not much better. It really isn't. And plus, like, you spent 1,500 funny ha-has for, like, 90 seconds of ads, and then, you know, you double that, you're spending 3K for 3 minutes of ads. If you just save up for 5K, you can redeem a seed, and that's, like, demanding 6 hours of my time, which is a way better deal. In terms of just funny haha to waste our time, ratio, it's way more efficient to do something else. It's way more efficient to just do a seed. Also, I got another gun. I'm floored that actually connected. Anyway, this was a Wath medal. I know that because I know that. Use run add the unskippable opening scene. Did well. Can I run? Yeah. If there was, imagine if DK64 randomized. I mean, I was gonna say, imagine like if I was doing DK64 randomizer and I had to sit through like the opening cutscene. Like, oh, I'd have to run ads, but like I also run like a minute and a half of ads during the starting student screen anyway, so that's essentially the same purpose. But yeah, I imagine, yeah, for Narcissa, she would have a lot of extra money from playing all that. Happily beats chest and grass. Hello, Donkey Kong. Oh my god. It's Donkey Kong. My own stream. I can't believe it. I'm honored, Mr. Kong. Morning. How are you? Alright, I'm actually really happy I got that item when I did. Because now I can do Lanky Shooting Gallery, which is undoubtedly Wath. Because I know this. Ish. We've also now have every gun except Coconut Gun. So we could, like, almost do Check of Legends. Almost. You know, if we had, you know, the other two Kongs. Oh, I can't even do that. Oh, hello. Splat. I mean, wow. I should probably check Lava Room. I'm gonna do that on my way out, actually. Oh! Wait a minute. I realized my lapse in judgment about doing Lanky matching game. Well, that's actually really weird. Because the slash, I don't know if I think you're doing slash me. It comes up as your name color on stream, but on my actual Twitch client, it comes up as normal, but just italicized. That's odd. I know it used to do the name color thing like ages ago, but I also thought they took it out ages ago. Donkey Kong was arrested. Twitch hates fun. Yeah. That tends to be how that goes. This is a strictly profit-only platform, which is why we're running more ads at 1,500 funny haha point intervals. They're not doing such a thing, mostly because I can't reach the button, because, right, Scarlet is on my dominant arm. Oh, some more than Shady. It's, slash me, yeah. Toxin Blue, but only at on some screens. Mostly that one. It becomes basically unreadable against against my background. Let's... Okay, where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? Oh yeah, for those who are just joining us, there's a check on Check of Legends, or a DK move on Check of Legends. Tiny is locked by DK in caves, and obviously I need a DK move to do that. And then Diddy is locked by Tiny in a shop. Evil. Evil. I was so close to just not seeing that. With that crown there, we will never know. I don't think I need... I'm unsure if I need medals. I know where one helm door is, don't know the other one is. Wait, no, Bismuth is the one who put the crown doors there. I can blame him, like I blame him for all the other things. I think. No, Bismuth did CVs. What's it, Seagull? Who did arenas? The dev team is great at distributing evil locations. I'm going bananas and roll to the next stream. Thank you, Donkey Kong. I appreciate it. Godspeed, you glorious monkey. Okay, I've died like 4 times. Because of these fucking cops. Just in the worst places. I'm pretty sure I read this hint. Yeah, spider. Spider Wath. Yo, rip that guy. He was doomed to die. Please drop. Jape's outdoors to Cruel. That is probably referring to Rocket Barrel, but it could also be referring to Simian Spring. Those were like right next to each other. I like to call bullshit on me not grabbing onto that tree. I think I was cheated out of that one. Also, I don't know how many hits I have in Aztec. Okay, so I am only missing 2. Which means they're both probably in that tunnel. Wait, are they? No, it should just be the one. Because the one by Vanilla Cranky. Is there a second Trophenscoff in the tunnels? What Trophenscoff location am I forgetting about? Oh wait, no, it could be behind the Feather Gate. That's where the last one is. In lobby. Yeah, that makes sense. God, I'm so glad that I got 2 ammo belts in both Fungi Shop at the start of this seed. Pat, you are so warm. Like, I need to turn on a fan, but I can't because you are holding me down. I don't even have anything to say to me. Maybe I'm just not intended to go to 5 Door Temple. feel like I've tried 3 separate times to do anything in there, and I've just been dunked on each time. But because of complex level order, or not complex level order, hard blockers, I can't exactly ignore anything. Like if it's a GB, I have to go grab it, because I don't know what my highest levels are. I don't know what my highest level is. We don't know what Lobby 4 is, in terms of price. We know it's Castle, but in terms of price, we don't know that part. But once I get to that, I think I can relax. Blueprint. I don't wanna.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Ooh, 2 golds in the 15. Good. That got a little close, honestly. Ugh. I get caught by this cop on my way out. Really? I didn't? Oh, but that one did. Alright, that's a lanky blueprint. I sure do love the opening of Aztec. That's surely the only reason that I've done this so many times. Because I just love seeing it. Alright. One final visit. We get chunkies, we die on the way out. And then we go do tunnels, we get the second to last hand. Check that final shop, I think. But we also haven't really done anything that'll, you know, do me any good. We don't have a DK move. Potentially get tiny with. We got Woth Lanky, or not Lanky. Oh, hello. Are you Red Slam? Diving! That's what it is. Alright, we're going to Galleon after this. The way that sentence was supposed to end was me complaining that I didn't really have a clear path forward. Now that I have Galleon as a real option, we have a path. Not hurt me. Crown. I don't know where the other door is.
Welcome to bonus stage.
I don't know what the other door is. And if it's like, oh, you need 6 crowns, I'm like, I don't want to come back here. Horrible start. Horrible, 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 horrible start.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Isn't that right? Sleepy. Yeah, I know the other crown door is 3 fairies, but we don't know what the first one is. It's not all cops. It's cops, clumps, and crossbones. Mostly the former two. Part of me thinks the crossbones being there is a bug. I've only seen them at night at the top of Fungi Mushroom. No other location have I seen any skeletons. But yeah, it is definitely all Beaver Bother, because I am decent enough at Beaver Bother. Okay. Exit level. We'll see what it has. I should ask for a someone seed. Someone is very good at making cursed seeds. I do not recall running into any other crossbones in this seed. It's just been at night in Fungi at the top of the mushroom. That's the only place I've seen any skeletons. Just routinely run up the edge and hit an invisible wall. It's because you need to be like... What the fuck? You need to be at like almost perpendicular to them and then try to push them for them to actually just try to get in the hole. It's very weird, but it's also definitely intentional by the original dev team. It's just questionable. I mean... That's a DK move, but it's like the one DK move that doesn't immediately get me anything in caves. I mean, I need it for Igloo, but I still need, you know, the rest of it. I.e. bongos. And I can't do Quicksand Cave because I need the other half to be opened by Red Slam or the warp that's at this location. I don't want to try to walk past that guy and then get got and then have to make this journey for what feels like the 12th time. I'm so tired of looking at Aztec entrance. Lighthouse. Lighthouse area. What? Awesome soundtrack. Why are you like this? Oh, it is so annoying to do anything with a restricted movement on my arm. It's her. She's the restricted movement. You guys can't really see it from this angle, but it's kind of all like splayed out. Can I rotate this in the photo app? No. Why? Like, discard this. Well, I guess it's just going in the Discord. Well, that's not where that leads. Where's the one that leads me to fucking Quicksand Cave? Is it the 2 warp? Must be the 2 warp. It is. That's a fake GB. I am so glad that is a fake GB. Where do I see the skeletons first? Like the top of the mushroom. The giant mushroom at night. I would go there. I might. Okay, oh, actually, I can just quickly show. Because forest is a quick check anyway, and I have a warp top mushroom. I believe it was a warp. Yeah. You can hear them, but you know, let me find them. Yeah, there he is. Like this and one that's, I think, like a further bit this way are the only places I've seen skeletons this seed. Oh yeah, there he is. Look at him. Damn. Are we really gonna report a bug that was gen 3 weeks ago? The ultimate sin? By that logic, every weak enemy should be replaced by them. Yeah, but it evidently isn't. So, something's funny. Yeah, the one at Beaver Beach. That's definitely a cop. Everything around the outside to cop, or around to the back of Japes is either a cop or a clump. That's a GP. And we finally found Castle. Owl tree to 6. Oh, buzz off. Buzz right off. Jape's shop. Which was Mini Monkey. $51, I can actually get in there. But do I want to? No. Nothing has pointed to me towards going into Castle. Although I guess the same can be said about Galleon. Yeah. Actually, let's go. Let's go, Castle. Alright. So remember I said we don't know anything about Castle? I lied. We know colored bananas are foolish. And that's about it. Alright, what kind of warps do we have today? Much more importantly, are we getting that god-awful arena location? No, we don't. At least we're safe from that. One, we have Jerry jump scare? Fairy jump scare. Audible for half a second. That's okay, so at the very least, we are in the clear for level access, as I've just now realized. Because this is the last level, and we can get into it. Therefore, we don't have any more issues. Because therefore, therefore I can check monkey board it. Therefore, I know 69s to get into hell. And I don't have to be as stingy about future GB requirements. Alright, rare footage of me actually doing this with sniper instead of homing ammo. Oh, that's not much. Hey, what's up here? A crown. No. Deciding to orphan that until I get the helm door. Alright, very good warp. Other side of that very good warp. This one leads to this shop, which is a metal. This one leads to... Yes, wait, hold on. That's a... indoor location. Okay, 2 doors in Castle. Peanut to Karul. Yeah, I know that phase probably. Considering I think we got a Japes Outdoors, give me Rocket Barrel, and a Rocket Barrel being explicitly Wath. And yeah, that's probably what that goes to. Alright, hello, Stinky Arena. You are a GB, and as I went over, I don't have to worry about you much anymore. Considering it feels like I'm still, like, a dozen items away from go mode, I can kind of get away with not doing every individual GB at this point. Oh, there's Hunky. Alright, 1 castle left. I am in 5-door temple to key 8. Wait, to key 8? That was dive. Ooh. That is actually not a horrible hint. Because it means something good for Helm, which is probably someone's instrument, is locked in the underwater galleon. I like that. That's not bad knowledge. I couldn't see. Our CBs are useless in this level. So it's not because I'm stupid that I'm ignoring CBs, it's because I'm stupid for collecting CBs in this level. GB. Nika Splats in jail. You're so annoying. Alright, any... I do want those coins. There's a dirt back here. Jail. They don't clean the cells down here in Castle very often, I guess. Officer, please look away. So I can be allowed to switch Kongs without having fear. Or I could just do that. I know you get invincibility or vulnerability from those clowns. I can't fucking see what's across the gap. Metal. Like, invincibility when you first leave a loading zone. But I feel like as soon as you touch the control stick, you lose that invincibility, and you just, get thrown into horny jail. You're fucked. I need to bust open this box. Finally! Something! Something for DK! Because Strong Kong does not count, and you can't tell me otherwise. That's not a real move. Metal, but I have to do this anyway. What? I have never seen this splat location. What? Alright. That, well, we learn something new every day about the DK64 randomizer. I'm surprised that across all the seeds that I've done over, like, 5 months, and countless streams of other people, I have never seen that location. Seen that in a while? Okay, at least someone's seen it. Alright, Japes Outdoors was also the Key 8, which, again, was Rocket Barrel and Spring. Anything that's conversation-specific is usually rare. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. It's why Big X and the one right outside the Japes Rock are so common, because they're going to be assigned to anyone. But, yeah, makes sense. That one can only be accessed by Lanky. Oh, there's some funny loading zone shenanigans, or loading zone shuffling shenanigans, but those aren't my settings, and therefore I don't have any grounds to make claims about them with. Or no rare that say, oh yeah, I guess, yeah, because you can technically get anything. The factory one isn't anyone. It's just you need Chunky to open it. Because of vanilla, it's a tiny one, I'm pretty sure. I can't do Lanky Mazo. I can do Chunky. What's it called? Wait, I have a gun. It says Kong now. I don't have to switch Kongs anymore. Oh, please. Who has most money? 32. Good enough. Alright. More racket than before. Honestly, in this, I greatly appreciate third melon. I like how I read the hint anyway, as if I was trying to avoid the horrible colorless potions. And then I proceed to deliberately buy instrument upgrade after knowing that it was, in fact, instrument upgrade. Like, why did I bother? I might as well have done the don't care, give it to me meme. How does he know? Metal. I can afford to leave that behind, because that is so easy to come across. And one of these links to DKs. And although I can't do minecart, minecart could potentially house a... click the button. Could house like a splat, and that could have an important thing. Yada yada yada. Okay. So I guess now we just climb and then do museum, library, and some mysterious other third thing. I don't think there's a mysterious other third thing. I think it's just those two. I think I even have all the castle hints. I do. Perfect. What else am I missing? Yeah, I could go back for Wind Tower. I guess I really wanted that other one. Okay. Caves has one left. One guy has none. Galleon has one. I have not been keeping track of this properly. Factory has one. Really? What didn't I grab? Hold on. Aztec has one, which is almost certainly in the lobby. And then Japes has one behind the Rampy Gate, which I can go access now. If I really wanted to, I could make that journey. Now, I know it said that CBs are foolish to collect in Castle, and I wish I could deduce that, oh, I got a crown on that. It means I don't need a crown for Home Door. This seed was gen, like, 2 weeks ago. I don't know if that's before or after that fix was changed. I can't make that assumption. Like, until I get that Helm Door hint, everything's still on the table. Okay, that's not important. I've been sleeping for a while, Pat. You have no idea how warm your body is. Like, this is making me very uncomfortable in the long term. Alright, that is both castle fairies. Alright, yeah. After this, we go Lighthouse. Or, Lighthouse. We go Galleon. Lighthouse itself, I don't think is going to have much for me right now, unless it's on, like, the lanky on-guard chest. We're mostly still kind of... that Clump just popped himself. We're still kind of sort of locked behind, the other Kongs. Oh, hey, skeletons and other things. Maybe they are somewhere. But I assume these are locked because they need to be light enemies, not heavy ones. For logic-bearing reasons. Jacob! 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 That's not the button you click to bring out your gun. They were skeletons. Those ones were skeletons and dudes in sheets. They were a nice assortment amount of spooky lads. Actually, I think it's faster for me just to drop down from the top. Yeah, vanilla. I assume they're vanilla for, again, logic-bearing reasons. Because that's the only light enemy selected. Which makes it doubly more likely that the skeletons at the top of Giant Mushroom were a bug. And he selected simple enemy because there were 2 enemies, and there's no way I've gone this far without seeing what are they called? The sheet dudes. Why am I doing this? Put away your gun. Instrument. Wait, does this close if you... Oh my god, it does. Wow. Alright, that's a thing I didn't know about. I didn't realize you had to do this in one go. Oh, sorry to say, you'll be listening to the game over music. Again. Which means I get to repeat the exact same mistake again by running into that cop. Or we get to listen to the game over music for a 3rd time. That was frightening. Okay, that's the last thing I wanted to do. Galleon, 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 Galleon. It's on 5. So, okay, yeah. I do have DK's medal. So yeah, I still cannot get any DK's checks in caves. I need instrument, 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 and baboon blast. Wow. I'm really locked into this one, huh? Pat, you are destroying my fucking shoulder. And there's dirt back here. Well, that's DK's. Yeah, that looked chunky to me. First, this being pre-Kong faces on balloons. I mean, knowing the maliciousness of my viewers, they probably wouldn't have even turned that on if it was an option at the time. Yeah, it's a cosmetic, but half the time seeds come in as a DKP. So, sometimes I have that option. Dude, I'm so glad that did not end up being an important. Yeah, this one was a lanky, that is true. Lighthouse is the key 8, but unless it's... Yeah, but, like, it's a good setting. I could put those restrictions on. I mean, I already kind of do for colorblind mode. That's a fucking crapshoot of a mode if you don't actually suffer from colorblindness. Nice blueprint. Yeah, maybe I should. Maybe. It's been improved, but also, as someone who has working color receptacles in their eyes, I definitely still prefer normal colors. Alright, that's where the last hint is. That's what I'm looking for. Fungi medal rewards. To 6. Medal rewards was... nothing so far. Interesting. What? Actually, oh, guys, still gotta do that. That hint got put in as factory medal rewards. No, that is forest medal rewards to 6. Once again, I wrote the fucking 3-character shortcuts, and I will consistently write F as the first letter for fungi when I know F is for factory, because that came first. Anyway, there's nothing else I can do in Lighthouse until I get Diddy Kong or Tiny Kong. Oh, hi, baby. Enjoy your nap? Can I... Oh, my arm. Do 1 to 7? Yeah, that would probably... maybe. Maybe I could adapt that for the Gossip Stone Tracker autocomplete. At this point, I think the issue is that I'm just dumb and not going by my own scheme. Yeah, I guess you are typing anything. I think, because again, I like, maybe 3 people have even used Gossip Stone Tracker. It allows you to set, like, kind of, like, text shortcuts. So, in my repeated example, if I type in FMR, which is Forest Medal Rewards, it auto-completes the full phrase into the text area, so I only have to type 3 things to make the entire hint. And RMR is the one that is supposed to be for Forest, because F is already taken. I just consistently messed that one up. And it's a nice little system it's got. If only I actually used it properly. Alright, that's a B. Actually, I want to peek at what's on the other one. Oh, I actually got through on that. Wow. That is... a fairy. That is also a cup that goes uh-oh. Damn, I thought that change hadn't been made when the sea was done. Passage of time is weird. Wait, that's the last galleon. I already saw the last galleon thing. Whoops. Happy 3 hours. That's 1 hour for every Kong I have. How did that not delete from my notepad? Please get the money. Lanky Kong. Lankious L. Kong. Get in there. I did not know my training with monkey port is on the path to key 8. That's huge if true. You should alert the presses about that one. That was this close to just being a perfect landing. I was this close to being a god gamer. Alright, we can check Lanky's and then peek Tiny, or not Tiny, Diddy Chunky. I don't have high hopes, honestly. Galleon, no one can hear you scream. Unless you're a cop, in which case everyone can hear you scream. Rip that guy. Everyone, the 3 guys I have alive have their stuff. Oh wait, it's so much harder to peek these because it's, barrels actually respect the lighting conditions mostly. That's a metal. And that is a GB. Okay, those 2 I don't need. The verdict is still out on the rest of them. Okay. Huh. I guess I check treasure room, and then I dip to... I mean, technically I can dip to Japes for the last door, and also for, gaming. And also for what? I'm also looking at the tiny potion that's on Lanky's Rampy Cage, technically. But that's not really going to do me anything because I'm still lacking required to get Tiny Kong unlocked. Yeah, I guess that's where I go. That was either Fairy or Crown on Coconut Cage. One of those is not useful. One or the other one. There is one thing that's kind of lingering in the back of my mind in terms of things I could probably go look at. And that is... Forest Mills to Key 7. I'm kind of just assuming that's referring to the Spider Boss Wath hint. There's also a chance they could be referring to Lanky Attic, especially since Grape is Wath. But that's also definitely for the Aztec Shooting Gallery, which is also Wath. And also for probably Jack of Legends, which is not Wath yet, but I've kind of just made my peace that I have to go back and grab it at some point. It probably has bongos for a DK helm. Did that really just block? DK's wasn't anything useful, Diddy's wasn't anything useful. Lanky's was a tiny move. Tiny's was nothing. Here's one of the coins. That's not where the... Oh, last, it's behind Peanut Cage. Or the Diddy Alcove. That's where last hidden door is. Well, this was a substantially less worth it trip to Japes than I was initially anticipating. I'm really just here for this one thing. I thought I was at least getting knowledge out of it. Did I really just not take that? Oh, don't be important. Thank you. Thank you. The monkey board? Yeah. Lanky Rampy. Which means that's probably what the Japes Outdoors Sticky 8 is referring to. Surprise, surprise, I need that. I know I checked this probably like 20 minutes ago. I'm checking it again. Crystal Caves DK is done. So, undoubtedly, I'm still probably bongos locked behind, where Tiny Kong is. But I could also be Baboon Blast locked. Okay. Where do I route? Forest Owl Tree. I can't do Beetle Race. Not Beetle Race, Rabbit Race. Wasn't Japes Shops the 7? Mini Monkey. Which leads to... Okay, yeah. Forest Mills definitely has... Or Spider definitely has... my thing. Or he's 7. He's 6... is probably in the anthill or on Owl Race itself. Yeah, definitely on anthill, because I have everything I need to do Owl Race except for Diddy, but I don't have Saxophone, and there's still a Forest Meta Reward 6 that is unaccounted for. Speaking of which, I'm gonna go there with DK now that he's a gun, shoot down like the one balloon that's sitting out in the opening, and then just call that a day. Actually, I can go and check Barn. I didn't have Strong Kong at the time. I guess I could check Lanky. There's a few things I can do in here. Quite a number more than I thought there was like 20 minutes ago. He doesn't have his either? Really? Okay, wow. Yeah, there's the balloon I was remembering. Just metal. This is a strong gun. I think that needs to be fixed. Because I can't kill clumps right now. Even though logically, the game doesn't know that. Well, I guess I'm not doing that. Alright, welcome to the consequences of using funny restricted enemy lists, finding funny logic holes. Oh, there's another skeleton! Hello. Forgot I bumped into you earlier. But they're both in forest and both at night. I really hope Lanky Attic doesn't lock itself. Like, this isn't just a busted seed. And as the arbiters of the spoiler log, you might want to go check that. If Lanky Attic is... Okay, it doesn't lock itself. Okay. As long as it's not my next progression, and I can't do it because I don't have oranges or shockwave. Yo, shoutouts to that jump. I wasn't even moving. Okay, that wasn't it. And I guess I can't actually do as much as I thought I could. This was nothing, right? This is just a GB. That's just a GB. Okay. Barn didn't have anything. Well, it had a crown, but I'm still hoping I don't need that crown. When I was doing the whole I almost said the whole L-Rock thing, the whole owl race thing. Like, oh, that, I don't have saxophone, so that's probably what it's referring to. I could very easily just get sprint on Chunky's metal. No, you can't use instruments in the attic. It's disabled. You need to, well, you're supposed to kill it with your gun, but I guess in this funny haha bug with heavy enemies, I need shockwave or instruments to kill them. Or not instruments, oranges. Yeah, it's a real weird room. And it's also really funny how the game decides whether it does or does not want you to do certain rooms with instruments. Like, that room's restricted, but Chunky's shed, where the intended solution is you go invisible and shoot at invisible birds. That one you can use the instrument in no problem. Alright, I need to find, like, 5 more for Chunky. In hopes that this doesn't just give me sprint. Yeah, consistency? In my DK64? It's just as unlikely as you think. Okay, that was a trophy spot. Well, there's a pack that would be Chunky's last 5 if I could actually just climb in that room to one side. Can I? Okay, this rare footage of a wall in DK64 going both ways. I don't think there was any Chunky CBs back here. There was a cop and a splat. That was Woth. That was trombone. Come on, Chunky. Give me something to work with. Why do you... okay, was there already in... For a second I thought that Crystal Coconut was a splat. Why are there so many crossbones at night? Why do the skeletons come to life at night? They don't even go here. Fuck, that was a coin. I mean, I still need the coin. Hold on. Yeah, it seems to be. I don't remember seeing those skeletons during the day, but that also could be a shitty memory. I did turn the lights off in Forest like 2 hours ago. I could be misremembering. Yeah, I definitely see a skeleton coming up. I'm fairly certain that was a clump in daytime. I guess before I leave, I can just fact check that and not spread unsubstantiated lies on the internet about the most serious matter on said internet. DK64randomizer.com. Yankees. Does not need help getting this. Lie on the internet? Never. Someone is a good person. They would never lie. They made this seed after all. Which is definitely how you can judge someone. I know that arena is bad. Don't at me. I saw it when I came here the first time. It was a not important item. I think a fairy specifically. Exactly. He would never do that. Alright, this was a very pointless climb. Where I just assumed I would find chunky CBs. Which is weird that I haven't. I'm pretty sure I've looked down here for chunky CBs. I think they got CBs for the other Kongs. Okay. Let's flip the switch, turn it day, and make sure that these skeletons only arrive at night. The long-lost Halloween holiday mode. Let me try to see if he's back here. Oh, that's a balloon. It almost looked... Yep, there it is. Saxophone! Alright, so my initial guess was actually correct. 1000%. Key 6 is an anthill. Oh boy, another item for a Kong I can't use. Yeah, look. This is a clump. He's normal. And this one's levitating. Look at him go. Or not, or I guess not go. He hasn't moved anywhere. How you feeling, big guy? Oh, now he's moving. Now he listens to gravity. Did you know, if you just don't move, gravity won't have time to update that you're in the air, and you can just kind of hang out indefinitely. Right, yeah, this was a clump during the daytime, so yeah. The fungi has a skeleton infestation issue at night. Town's haunted. Okay, that still doesn't do me any fucking good. But, okay, I don't have red slam, so I can't do matching Aztec. What if the Azdor... the Aztec 5-door temple hint, which I think is referring to the diving I got on a ferry. What if it's actually referring to DK's room in there? And my hope that it's an underwater check galleon is just sort of wrong. What if there is something for DK to do? Actually, I guess I can now go into Tiny Temple with the Kongs I have and do the actually not the other lengthy shooting. I still need red for that. I can look at Kong Cage. Was this pre or post? Am I invincible past you dorks? No. I don't even know if that change has actually been made. I just kind of assumed it had. I still need to go this way. Okay, cool. Only gone in sprint. Yeah. Yeah, I am, in fact, making things up. I'm the one lying on the internet. I'm the one who framed someone. Y'all, I'm so fucking tired of this cops. If I... Yes, language is the same. On the enemy selector, would there be a way that you can kind of list the category that the enemy is listed in? Like, say... Like, have it in parentheses that it's considered a ground-based or a light enemy. That way I can update my enemy restriction rules so it can say, must include one light enemy. At a minimum. Because I think I need to add a significantly more complex ban to these, cop shenanigans. Wow! I hit by the clump into the cop's range to protect me from shooting him. What a bro. I hate him for it, but what a bro. Parentheses word for like a splat, yeah. I was thinking like if there's a way, to list like the categories for the enemies without it being like super, what's the word I'm looking for? Ugly, without it looking very ugly in that drop down. Because I think for some things, like, it'd be like, cause splat, bracket DK, bracket heavy. Cause yeah, I think, I want one light enemy. So I stop getting fucking dunked on. By all the— oh my god, I was right. I fuck off. Truly fuck off. Oh, the dive in Chunky 5-door was a ruse. The real, it was all in here the whole time. Well, just you'd have to dive a little deeper. You were technically correct, much to my chagrin. Okay. You hear her? Or I guess she did just walk by. She's doing a little bit of mewing. I don't know if that caught on mic. Okay. Went away right as I looked. Yeah, when I looked, I could see her tail going into the hallway. That's why I know, like, she was back there. Well, I also knew she was back there because I could hear her. Alright. 1 in 3 chance. Is this the DK check that holds Tiny Kong? Oh yeah, she's right there. Look at her go. Now she's gone. You had your chance. Alright. It's either this, Totoro, or the other cabin. Which doesn't have a nice name. It's just known as the other cabin. Alright, it's in here. Alright, Strong Kong. I gave you shit earlier, but you did technically lock Tiny. So, you know, good for you. Five-door igloo. Okay. go to factory. We, oh, I should have exited level. God damn it. Go to factory. We get Diddy. And then... What's my order of operations? I think my order of operations is Galleon. Because there's a lighthouse hint we haven't resolved. That could be either Tiny's or Diddy's. Yeah. And then we just kind of go from there. Also a fair route would be doing, what's it called? I guess I'll just look at that. Did you know? If a Kong is invincible, the Kong you're rescuing is also invincible. They're also invincible if you don't pick them up while flashing, because you can't hurt the Kong when they're an item. Yeah, she was blinking. It's true. I think it's happened to me before. That's why I kind of glossed over it in my brain. Alright. We can do things. Alright, I think... What was the Galleon hint to? 8. Let's do an instrument. Yeah, we go Galleon first. And actually, no. Forest is closer. Let's go do Spider Boss. Known Wath location, Spider, boss. So I guess I check this. I can't. We can also go do check of Legends. At long last. We have the Kongs for it. Dude, there's so much we can do now. And that's where I want it to be, but... Alright. Yo, check of Legends. It did go through. For some reason, I didn't think it did. Alright, before I run all the way up there, is there anything on... No, just the metal. We don't care. Oh, Lizardman, how I have missed you. The issue with this DK move is that it's either grab or baboon blast, and those are both hot trash items. One in terms of usage, and the other in terms of how many dumb other checks I have to do. And look, it's the one that gives me dumb other checks I have to do. I mean, I'm already here. I might as well go look at the Fungi Forest Baboon Blast. Hopefully this had the cutscene. Okay, it does have the cutscene. Thank God. Get me out of here. All right. What was I gonna say? I'm gonna do next. Anthill. Yeah, I think I go Anthill. Well, I'm fairly certain the Forest Metal Reward was complete by getting sacks. I also can't rule it off the table just yet. Even though I probably should be. You know. I'm still missing, like, an almost entire column of moves. So there's a chance that, like, one of those are needed. Shout out to that clump that was in the ground. Shout out to that one who's underwater and doesn't realize he's drowning until the water gets too high, and then he dies. What a tragic fate that clump has. Not the way I want it to go. It's a very funny water oscillation on only feature. Actually, that was where I wanted to go. Just saluted the clump. Respectable. Went down in a blaze of glory. I'm holding Zed game. Let me roll. The skeletons are the bodies of the clumps who died in the daytime drowning. I love that theory. That's not a bug, that's an Easter egg. They rise up from their watery graves to roam once more, unimpeded by the waves. Alright. Yeah. Oh! Oh, it's a Carlos. Oh, dude, you better not be fucking Shockwave. Honestly, that is not much better. Oh. Where was the other 6 medal rewards? Oh. Yeah, barrels to key 6. I'm now exponentially more concerned. Because now that I have 5 Kongs and barrel throwing, that's every boss now in Logic. And due to a programming error, an execution error on the site, Troffenskopf skips weren't put in Logic, so every door is a 420. So we're doing a little peeking. Because I have a funny feeling that 6 is on a key. 6 is on itself. Shit. That's a good stream. That's a good title. Okay, that's a GB. Alright. Now that I have all Kongs, I feel fine peeking into the Lavender Abyss. That is certainly a portal. That is absolutely a portal. Alright. Rabbit? You wouldn't happen to have my key, would you? And this is actually a different clever ruse. It's another potion. Rabbit Race also has a potion. Fuck me. Where's the fucking one that sent me the pills? Oh, it's right there. Thank you. Ugh. God, if that's... It's either... I mean, it could be Shockwave. It could be a lot of things. Weird visual bug when they're close to the wall. Yeah, that's the thing. But the thing is that I'm pretty sure that's a vanilla portal. That is a vanilla portal location. So that's just a bug with the game. The one in Owl Tree. Alright, this is Woth. I suspect this is a key. I don't suspect any longer. I can say with certainty that's one of the keys. Key 7 specifically. But we knew this was here. Key 6 is the one that's now has barrels on the path to it, which is the concerning part. One second. I'm combating arachnids. And a posture check. God damn. Yeah, the key was sticking up during the thing. Alright. That's 7 finally taken care of. Well, we figured that one. Lighthouse, I guess. We're going to lobby 5. Also morning. Ezra? I hope I'm pronounced. Ezra. All lowercase names makes it hard for me to tell where one name where one word ends, another begins. Key 7 does for us at this moment nothing. I still need key 6. Which, because I just got barrel throwing, now has a potentiality to be on any boss. Which is very frightening. My other helm door? We don't know. We don't know what the other door is. We are, in terms of hints, still missing one Aztec. Okay, that's in the lobby. I know where that is. We know where this is. I don't know where this is. And the one in caves, I don't know where that is. Actually, I do know where that one is. It's on, I think it's on the top of DK's Total World cabin. Where am I going? And ideally, one of those tells me what my door is. What level is Jungle Hijinks is on Lobby 3, which is Frantic Factory's entrance. For every other level, you can look at the funny list of lobbies right at the bottom of this screen. Alright. Give me something so I don't have to do the Rocket Barrel Lighthouse thing, Mr. Video Game. Who's cosplaying as Crusher? Tiny Kong. Tiny is tired of being so small and is wearing a very large suit. That makes her sound like a lizard. Oh, the skeleton thing? Well? Oh, it's a fucking vanilla. That's vanilla? It just forcibly puts crossbones there? Huh. Clumps get replaced by... Oh! I guess you probably don't notice it because the only clumps that are on, or that are in, fungi are the ones at the top of the mushroom. Table that replaces day with night items. Oh, wow. Okay. Interesting. Which means the funny joke about the skeletons just being the clumps that died in the river, true. That is canonically true. That is what happens in the video game. Damn. The DK64 lore goes deep. Where's that on the fucking DK64 lore iceberg? The skeletons and fungi mushroom exterior. Please climb. There were some things in Japes that were, Way of the Horde. Hold on, I'm having a horrible time grabbing this fucking ledge. Because I don't want to click the button that is literally directly below me to raise the water level. There was... Fuck, what was it? There was like 3 Diddy moves out there, and also Chunky Kong was in Japes. In terms of hints that are unaccounted for, or I still haven't resolved, nothing yet. Or nothing at the moment, considering I only have like 4 hints left that I haven't read. But Japes has had quite a few things. And at least 1 monkey. And by at least, I mean exactly 1 monkey. Just like in the vanilla game. Alright, that's there. That's already handled. That's also not a lighthouse area check, but I'm, you know, doing it anyway. I didn't need to do that. I mean, I don't know why I was sounding so annoyed by that. That's like the last check in this region. If that wasn't it, I had bigger issues to deal with. Oh, actually, hold on. I realized I just spent this whole time like, oh, I don't want to raise the water level because I'll like be unable to do some checks. But those checks are the 5-door ships I've already peaked. And the checks that would be locked behind me not raising the water level is the seal rates that I just unlocked by doing that. Or by doing that funny thing. Anyway, this is probably sprint. Okay, that's actually really interesting. Because Lighthouse was path to 8. And Owl Tree, where, you know, the funny race is a region that's path to 6. So those are 2 different paths. Well, there's still hints that can just... Type special in Japes Grass, Aztec Brown, Factory Steel, Galleon, Water, Forest, Bug, I'd say. Caves, Ice, Castle, either Dark or Ghost. And then I guess Helm is like the champion who uses every type. Let's not leave. Let's not leave. Castle with Ghosts, yeah. It's either that, yeah, I guess so, because they have, like, the little dudes in sheets in vanilla. So yeah, that would be more appropriate than dark. Unlock these, check their ships, then go to treasure room, and then we do beetle race. Or I guess sub. I can do sub all along the way. Alright, welcome to round 2 of Jacob very frantically checking bosses because he's worried he's gonna have to do a 420, no joke. Because those are definitely all accessible at this point. T2 makes no sense. Alright. I'm curious to hear the DK64 jank you're now experiencing. Okay, there we go. Jesus. It took ages. TV, thank you. Every time I have to look in there, I get more and more worried. Ow. The soothing sounds of hops drowning. If the water tunnel behind the Ramby cage is considered part of Ramby... The water tunnel? Like where there's usually a ferry and by the chunky switch? Then yeah, that's 1000% a tunnel. That was 1000% a Japes tunnel. Good GG. Now, Seago, you can't just say, oh, it's in a Japes tunnel. That makes sense. It's in that region. That ferry in Stormy Japes is not in a tunnel and is considered Japes tunnel. So clearly there is a leeway on what the definition of tunnel means. No, I will not let that location go. Why do you ask? Quicksand Cave and Aztec Totem area is part of the tunnel region. I mean, it's also a tunnel. Like, I understand that one. Like, it's various Aztec tunnels for a region. There are normally no checks there. Just call it Japes Outdoors. It's outdoors. The same reason that that opening area in Japes doesn't usually have checks, but is considered part of outdoors. Like, there was already precedent for it. It's just not being followed. Actually, yeah, you make a fair point. I don't see a beam. I kind of expect I was gonna bump into it by now. Alright, but we haven't seen the bean. However, we're about to go look at 5 checks. Game had red from Pokemon to take care of. Shiny hunt. Imagine you can just shiny hunt beavers, and occasionally you get a gold one. we didn't already have enemy shuffle, that'd be a funny Easter egg. So, wow, I am going all the wrong way. I've never fucked up that phase swim before. There you go. Alright, 5 checks. What do we got? GB, I'm gonna grab because... Actually, I don't need to. Because I'm already gonna be turning in blueprints to extend my health timer. So, I'm doing that anyway. Ooh, a pearl. Wow, is this even randomized? Have I been playing a vanilla seed the whole time? You guys. Alright, rainbow coin I don't need. Actually, I might need. I don't know what that last helm door is. Alright, that's a GB I don't need. You silly. You're not supposed to submit vanilla seeds. This is a randomizer. Well, that's my first shiny blueprint. Why am I surprised by that? I mean, that's weird. Where did I just say I was gonna fucking go? Rabbit race. Rabbit race. I don't have a problem. I can quit anytime I want. I swear. I need this. I need this, Seagull. I just because I drink a suspicious substance and suddenly I can run really fast doesn't mean it's a problem. Oh, cat? Well, no, officer. There is no cat here. None whatsoever. You would never see a cat on this stream, officer. This is strictly a human-only stream. With a side of monkeys and lizards. Which is not what a cat is. Failing to get a shine because you entered a tag barrel. Yeah, that probably sucked. Whoa! Alright, that one actually kind of fucked me up. Alright, Pop, can you block the rabbit for me real quick? I'm kind of losing ground. Boost me. No. Kiss my ass. Oh, don't be Shockwave. Please don't be Shockwave. I mean, it's a Shockwave. Where was Aztec? It's on 7. So that is incredibly useful, because now we can actually do a lanking, shooting, mashing game, which is Hinted Wath, and we can also have a reason to go to Aztec and get this final hint behind this silly door. Yep, there it is. Alright, what do you have for me? Final door. Against Donkey Diddy Tiny. You know, I kind of just expected my Helm and Karoo order to be all 5 Kongs. Because I don't recall if I put those in my submission restrictions. So at the very least, I can do Karoo. Like, we have that. Cat playtime? Oh yeah, she's... Oh, she loves that too. Actually, hold on, I haven't done this, technically. Asshole cats, like, wow. Rippe hates cat content. This streamer hates cats. SMH, unfollowed, unsubscribed, reported. To not just Twitch, but also the speed police. You're fucking done in this town, kid. You ain't never getting a job again. You will never get a viewer. Okay, he died. I don't know where... I don't know where the reward spawned. There's a cop in the way. It was just money. Sounds a lot of effort for cops just to guard that. I mean, I need to go check Tiny Temple. I spent $10 on this massive ammo belt. I should be allowed to use every last bullet in it. I don't think that's unreasonable. I should be allowed to mash the B button to my heart's content. Or as long as my heart contends less than like 200 shot intervals. In which case, good restriction. Otherwise, that's a bad heart content. I don't know why I'm being so cautious about getting those. I guess it's because I want to actually look at this. Because I didn't. I want a banana. Don't need it. This has been the most unnecessary use of, like, 8 crystals I have done in a very long time. I could have landed in that last part. Get in. Alright. Now, as long as I don't get hit, I should be Gucci. Ow. I actually got that GB on its way down. Huh. That's new. And also a dirt back here. Oh, I'm so... Dude. The longer this goes on, the more I'm afraid of finding Shockwave. I do not want to see that right now. There are so many dirt patch locations that I have looked at and be like, I don't even want to write this down. And it is getting increasingly more likely that it's about to bite me in the ass. It's metal. Don't know if it's heated. Potion Helm Chunky bonus barrel. We love Helm Lobby potions. That's a good meme. Especially if they are hard required. Alright. Where are we off to? We are... Mineral structures exist in japes? It beats me, dude. Hard required. Bonus barrels in Helm Lobby. Let's fucking go. More rocks. I don't know. Oh my god. I guess this exists. There's a boulder. That thing you pick up with relative ease. Which I could go to. But, like, there's nothing pointing me to japes right now. I'm 4 hours into this rando, and instruments are the only way I have of killing clones. What item is this? Well, there's the last instrument. Oh wait, I didn't get that right. I think I would have looked at this. Like when I came in here the first time and realized, oh, I don't have red slime. You'd think I would have actually looked at what this actually was. Anyway, this is Lanky matching game. As hard required. Well, I mean, I don't know who my helm requirements are, but I can definitely go and do it. And before you ask, I know I'm at 69. I know I can go into helm. I'm doing this to get more time. Because it's a funny oops all beaver bother. Yeah, it's a 69. As per settings. Now, can I finish helm? I don't know what the final door is. I never found that hint. But I have monkey port. I have gone. I have... Oh, I need 6. Right, I never solved that. That's why I didn't do this. I forgot a step. I just kind of assumed. Well, I mean, while I'm here, I might as well finish depositing the blueprints for when I inevitably get key 6. Okay, so... Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to japes and caves. Because, I 76. Yeah, key 6 behind either barrel throwing or red slam, and there didn't seem to be anything in Aztec. One banana. Thank you. That wasn't it. Oh, hey, ponytail twirl. Now I can get... I'll get back to you on that. Alright, Japes and Caves, I know exactly where the remaining hints are, and I'm going to go do said remaining hint. Hello, I'm twitch.tv/ShakesJacob, and I've just remembered that literally 4 hours ago, I got a hint that level lobbies is Path to Key 8, and I cannot tell you what Blue Slam has gotten me this seed. That has been, like, actually useful. Make a triangle? The triangle was lanky shooting. I mean, it gets me... I get from Red Slam. Yeah, I guess that could be it. Well, assuming Chunky's in Helm. Which we don't know, because we're missing that hint door. It's gonna tell me what I need to do. Castle rooms. That is not the hint I want to see. I need my helm order in my helm door. Yeah, it is Path to Key 8. That is true. So it could be overlapping with that. But also, I mean, Rabbit... Yeah, it would be. Could be another thing. That's the thing. I hope it's not a lanky shooting gallery, because I still can't kill yet. Japes, and we're going to K's, which is... I hate that location. Like, if I get a forced owl tree path to Key 8, then yeah, that's definitely the path that this was supposed to be going. But I also need to make sure I actually do my lobby checks. There's a chance that there's just a rogue gorilla grab that tells me to do DK Arcade for Key 6 or something. Or the Key 8, rather. Or T-posing Fairy. In terms of lobby GBs, there's not a lot that I have lying about. Why did I go here? Why did I go here? If I want a big brain, I can say, yeah, this is the faster way to get into caves. Just because of my horrible warp placement, but it probably isn't. He is metal still. Nice. Jump. Dingus. Oh, yeah. That's where the last door is. Caves. The last one on the left is factory. I don't... Did you know you can buy follows, coconuts, and dogs at DK64 Randomizer? DK64Randomizer.com. Did you know? There's one hint left. So I'm about to be either unknowing of my last door or an unknowing of my helm phases. It's one or the other. Or potentially both. This could be another hint that tells me what path to P6 could potentially be, and I could narrow it down a little bit more. Which hint I'm missing? It's one in factory. And I don't know what one I didn't see. So I'm actually kind of in the dark about that one. I don't know what I could have possibly missed for boss door locations. Unless there's just a really niche one that I did not think of. Which is actually more likely. I think specifically it's the lanky one in factory. Yeah, it's the lanky one. There's also a chance that it was up prod and I just did not pay attention when I was climbing prod, because anytime I climb prod, the number one thing I want to do is to not be climbing prod. Alright, caves. You're a level I haven't checked the door of. I really wish I had all of my stuff and didn't have to resort to this. Finally. Gee. These caves. Don't have to worry about that. Alright, let's go and do everyone's igloos, I guess. And everyone's cabins. And everyone's baboon blasts. Thankfully, there's only one baboon blast. I think the best thing to drink is... I mean, the joke I'm probably trying to make is a 7-Up joke. Probably. If I had to wager a guess. But really, the true answer is... get a good night's sleep. See up a soup. Yeah, that was not what I was thinking. Oh, wow. Actually, first hit. That is the 3. Cup of soup exists in Canada? Oh, that's the joke you're trying to make. Okay. I've definitely heard of it. I don't know if it's Canada, though. Oh, I'm gonna be so fucking overdonked at this point. I already did that because that's where Tiny was. Already did that because that's where nothing was. Didn't do this. Except I could leave the rabbit to die. Purely exists everywhere? You would think so. Bag of soup? You know what? Maybe. Fuck you, but maybe. Yeah, that's what it is. Alright. You silly rabbit. Will you give me 2 good things this seed? No. It kind of works. I'm not a big milk drinker slash pourer, because, you know, something borderline lactose intolerant. So I don't have the smorgasbord of excuses that Canadians come up with. But in some way, it probably makes sense. Wow, that actually counted. Alright. That and that. I'm choosing to believe there is nothing in the giant Kosha area, because my life is much simpler without that worry. What requires minerals? I can't do this here either! I don't have a way of fucking killing these clumps! Bro! Where are my oranges? I hope that's not the important check, because that's, again, locked behind Shockwave or the other thing. That's a GB, I can just peek at that. Somewhere that's in logic. Alright. That is slightly hopefully. It's, you know, nice. Fortunately, that does not narrow it down. Jacob? Jacob? What were you just complaining about? What were you, like, just complaining about? Damn, I really am gonna be using up the entire ammo belt. That's insane. Yeah, let's just do that one hard required orange check. I really autopiloted thinking that, like, I had all the means to do all of the cabins over here. Except very evidently, I can't do 2 of them. One of them I really should be. The other one I cannot. I didn't do the tiny one. Tiny one also needs oranges. You know, because I was about to make that mistake twice. Melon. Dude, that's like the first melon I've seen this seed. That's impressive. I've gone 4 hours and 20 minutes in and hadn't seen a single melon. Alright, also this giant clump is an asshole. It's a very dick location for him. Okay. If I want to prioritize barrel throwing checks, I should probably go Galleon. I should definitely go Galleon. Is there anything left in here? I don't think so. We're going Galleon. Does I have to go to the cannon game? I almost certainly already checked that, but I didn't remember what it was. Alright, Galleon, we go cannon game, we do that. If it's not anything, we dip again. Yeah, probably not 9 hours. Like, this, I almost thought, like, man, maybe I'll have enough time to do a second seed. But given the current pace of me, not finding, key 6, I don't know. Maybe I am gonna take another hour. It's like a second seed, except it's done first. I don't think that's going to hit. I need to trust myself more often. Yeah, it's certainly not hitting. Yep. The oranges. Do not be Shockwave. Let's go, baby! Required instrument upgrade 2! There's nothing else in here for me. Okay. Alright, I peered into here for like half a second. For no goddamn reason. The no goddamn reason was a useless hint. But I definitely need to look at the Trough and Scoff, and I definitely need to look at the Baboon Blast. Also Underground. I guess I could look at Underground as well. That's like a mysterious third reason. And Shell Hive, that's 4. There's a lot of reasons to be in Japes, actually. Why have I just been not here? Oh. One of those does lock. Oh, actually, yeah. If it's on the rock, the funny boulder, then there's a chance that this was technically hinted. I think Japes Outdoors is Cruel and to Key 8. So, actually, no, not Key 8. Actually, yeah, that would be the reason. If it was Key 8. Yeah, this doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, my line of thinking doesn't make sense. Anyway, despite that, give me the item. It's not what I wanted. Oh, you are not much better. Chief, you are not much fucking better. Oh, you're also here. Alright, we're out of useless potions, by the way. This is either Orange, Shockwave, or Hoeing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to go down a very, very bad rabbit hole of checks that probably don't actually matter that much. Like, this is not... None of this is hinted. I am pretty much about to just throw myself down a unhinted Dirt Patch Rush. And I think that's a really bad idea. Die. Japes Underground isn't. I mean, it's locked by barrel throwing. Oh, I think that's a few too many elements. That's not that many elements removed. Oh, it could be. Okay, I know where the other dirt patch is in Japes, though. It's behind Mountain. The bean! My beloved. Oh, I thought I was depressed. No, there was just a bean. Oh, God bless. My spirits have been lifted. It's not, I don't think it's needed. Unless the reason I don't know what my other hint door is because it was statically set to a single bean. Or maybe the game still hates me, just doesn't want to give me fucking helm hints. Those, the other one's there. I mean, I could do this. Also, I know where fucking, what is it? Chimpy Charge. I know where Chimpy Charge is. And it's in logic, and I can grab it, and I walked past it probably 5 minutes ago. I don't know why I did. I don't know why I skipped. So, I'm going to do the funny... I'm gonna do the funny tag anywhere to get into Diddy Minecart. Because that's absolutely in logic. I just, for some reason, didn't get the feather cage check while I was doing BFI. I cannot answer your questions how this chain of rationalization happened. Actually, I can. It's called I wasn't looking at my known locations. So I assumed I had gotten everything else I knew about. Alright, any other CBs I would put towards metal? I'm way too far away from that. A blueprint. No. Marn Ballum. I can't find my key 6. I should start by hitting the right switch, the right Kong. I think that will probably help a little bit. I've had access to this for fucking ages. That fairy. That fucking fairy. Wait. Can't find your sanity? Dude, same. Dude, I repressed knowledge of that fairy down for like 3 and a bit hours. Or 4 and a bit hours. That hearing that fairy go off has reignited my fucking fight or flight instinct. Dealing with bug? Well, is it bug specifically or spider? Because if it's spider, yeah. Yeah. Spider? Yeah. Funny. What a funny little creature that is. What a funny guy. Why am I still picking up GBs? The... Oh, I hate this fairy. I hate this fairy. I hate this fairy. I hate this fairy. I don't even mind that it's in a horrible location. I hate that I can't fucking peek at it. Oh, that was almost clean. Yeah. That does not surprise me that that is where oranges were the whole time. That's another thing I probably could have had done for a while now. What if you just what if you just opened your mouth just for me, big guy? What if I just dig into the deep recesses of my mind and remember how to do the funny Helm Early from ye old pre-Mooncake days? Or even not even pre-Mooncake. It would be pre-Mooncake and then also pre-TBS. I think that's what's used in modern 90%. In a remote grab. I think that's how that works. Okay. Funny, useless thing. Where's factory? On lobby 2. I'm here for the find the hint. Last one I clicked was the old way to get into help before various TPS applications loaded. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm here looking for the last hint. I don't want to do any of these checks. What am I looking for? He's 6. My path leading to it is something red slam, and I've done everything I need to in Aztec. And the other is something barrel throwing, and I've done all I can mostly with that. Yeah, and also we got a funny shockwave that could be very easily just bait. And I am, in fact, just going down a horrible rabbit hole for no reason. Like, this is... like, this is really bad in terms of what I've been potentially misdirected into. Like, I've gotten so many, like, kind of auxiliary items that I've pretty much opened up the entire rest of the video game, except for the things that probably is where my key 6 is. Like Chimpy Charge, Ponytail Twirl, Shockwave and Oranges. Hell, even fucking Hunky Chunky, probably. Those are all probably things I didn't actually need to grab. But because I've just been doing such a horrible job at last locationing, I'm putting everything else into logic. That's a no. Days we don't know, actually. Brent? Yeah, it's the Fisher Price cop. I don't even. Oh yeah, this is a thing. Oh, I think I know it's. Oh, did I really? Oh, I think I know what. Yeah, I think I now know what portal I fucking skipped. A button, you are having a very bad time for getting stuck. Okay, where's the warp? I think it's outside Vanilla Funky. Actually, no, it's not there. It's by Snides. Alright, this hint is probably not going to tell me anything interesting. Like, this is probably going to be, thanks, game. I already knew that to your information. But if it can give me... If it can give me something to fucking work with. That's what this was. No, that isn't the door I thought I orphaned. Huh. Well. Let's go see if we can go instill this fear of God into me. Yo, did I check the Japes Trophenscoff? Or did I just forget to do that again? Because I feel like I forgot to do it again. I mean, it doesn't matter. We know where it is. I don't care. I'm not collecting 420 CDs. We've already been here for 4.25 hours. Yeah, Shockwave was in fact bait. It was on a boss the whole time. Yeah. As we suspected, but no hint for it. But, you know, that's why you mentioned the boulder. To bait me into doing Shockwave. You jerk. You're mean. You're a very mean bird, Mr. Siegel. You're actively sabotaging once again. I mean, he also had a hand in generating the seed. So that, like, he's doubly sabotaging. Alright. So depending on what my second helm or my beam door is, we might be good to go, we might not be good to go. And by good to go, I mean go mode. We're not sure. Warming streamer with more stream time, that is true. Cluster. I mean, who's to say that isn't already the case? Like, every time you get something on the Kasplat inside Mechfish, that is Elrock's personal doing. He manually did that. Oh, that's a really bad angle. Okay, we're fine. Mine's on jetpack. What'd you do? Every time there's something required on the Kasplat inside Mechfish, that's you. That is your personal doing. We know this. You can't hide from us anymore. We see through your deceit. Exactly. That's how we know. We know you're behind it. Alright. Time to do a helm that I somewhat suspect might be all comms. Because this was Gen 2 weeks ago, and back then, if helm consisted of all 5 comms, you didn't get a hint for it. So maybe it's a random amount, maybe it's a static amount. Either way, I don't know the number. Shoutouts to this guy. Shoutouts to that guy and his fucking dirt patch. Shoutouts to that guy, his dirt patch, and his fake golden banana. I'm gonna check in the dirt patch just out of curiosity. And you see, I think like a Splat's Shockwave should also disrupt dirt patches. I'm not doing that with DK ever again. Alright, just a regular old GB. Boring. I really wanted that to be homing ammo. Now, make that gorilla grab. Okay. I made, like, 9 wrong routing decisions with this. Be substantially shorter. Alright, what is my helm order? Not DK. Oh my god, is it actually all 4? It's all 4. I fucking knew it. For 10. Count them. 10 beaver bothers. Over the next 23-ish minutes. Oh.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Yeah, it is patched, but like, yeah, this is the Beezer seed from ages ago. Can you guys get out of this corner? Alright, other proof that the devs can sabotage your seed. They are personally controlling those beavers to go Blair Witch in that corner. You cannot tell me otherwise. Why else 3 different beavers would immediately book it to that corner and then just not move. Like, there's 3 devs in chat right now. Seagull, Elrock, and Battle. That's the 3 of them controlling each with 1 beaver each. Like, dude. Wake up, sheeple. The devs are controlling your rando. They say multi-world implementation doesn't exist. They don't have to. They already control your seed, or they control your seed in other methods. You toggle the hole's edge. And just because I've called them out, they've removed the golden beavers from this one. As punishment for speaking the truth. In the next election, vote for me for DK64 Randomizer Developer, where I will not do such shady intentions such as manipulating others' beaver ballers. Yeah, I might have to respect this. Yeah.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Out of there. And in this barrel, we see how much of a crutch I rely on the crutch that is the golden beavers. And why I needed 23 minutes to do this helm. Most of it's just spent in here. Need guarantee? No, I don't think so. As I definitely prioritize doing those, which is why I probably don't have as much of an issue with the botherers. But if you're already there, I mean, if you're already in there, you might as well sell them to gold and, I don't know, pick me up some Timbits. I wouldn't say no.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Now I actually do want some fucking tidbits. You two, stop controlling the beavers. Alright, 8 seconds. Just get this one in. Thank you, Seagull, for re-enabling the ability to push things in the hole. In turn, nerf the chance for more golden beavers, though. For the 15-1, and yeah, the gold one is certainly a huge help. Hop in there. Alright, first room, and it took me like 5 minutes. This is not a good pace. Alright, if you guys can just put the golden beavers back in just for like a little bit. You know, I'm sorry. I'll say that I was crossing my fingers the whole time. Yeah, this is, in fact, oops, all beaver bother. Because apparently I thought I was fine with it enough to tolerate it. But apparently I can only tolerate it if there is at least one golden beaver. And then I just devolve back into, yeah, this minigame sucks ass. This one has 2, and I'm also gonna have to restart it.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Maybe I just suck? Get in there.
Welcome to bonus
Oh
stage.
boy, it's another bobber. Herd the beavers into the pit. Get off the walls! Bro! Please! I'm just trying to herd. Good, 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 good. Alright, that one took a little less time. Yeah, this seed is, like 2 and a bit weeks old. I just haven't gotten around to it because I've been busy for, like, the past 3 Saturdays. Oh yeah, also, DK's shooting cabin in caves. That one also had clumps in it. When they really shouldn't have. Right. I just saw Blanky Attic, I'm like, oh yeah, and also that one other dumb place. Please just get in. I'd kill for a fucking 12 right now. Even if someone's an idiot? Yeah, someone. I would never do that setting. Someone would.
Well done!
Ow. Nice. Now I don't regret.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Let's see other 15. Oh my god. I definitely don't regret turning in all those excess blueprints. I kind of really did assume the worst. And look at it. It's here. It's worst. Guaranteed in 25. Ooh. I like that. No golds on 15 is certainly experience. And is probably a reason why there are not nearly as many DK 101 runners. Why would you want to do these several times? He says, doing this several times.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Ah, I really thought I was gonna get those last two.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Oh, I don't... Dude, if I get the another bonus barrel that has... a no golds, I don't think I'm gonna make this. Like, I might have to do Helm all over. And also turn in more blueprints. For up to 46 continuous minutes of beaver noises. I sure do love beaver noises.
Welcome to
Yeah, I
bonus
don't. I'm about to reset the game and just turn in blueprints. Okay, that one's just stuck in the wall. That's very cool video game. Please. Bro. Thank you.
Well done.
Where to next? Lanky. And he has a cup. That was not the quick way around that. That cop got a little too close to the glass wall.
Welcome to bonus
Okay, we got 1 gold. This is the 12.
Well done. Welcome to bonus stage.
That might be GG. Oh, that's not good at all. No, I still have more after this. And for the sake of my sanity, I kind of need the least amount of oops, all blues as possible. Because while I could definitely see myself doing this in 5 minutes, I still have 2 barrels left.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Who sent you this seed? It was someone, followed by a bunch of numbers, and also, I think Seagull was the one who actually clicked the button to generate. Yeah, it was someone's settings, and then Seagull clicking the button. Yep. It's what they do. They want to see more people suffer. It's why they made DK64randomizer.com. I need to just reset this. Now.
Welcome to bonus stage.
It keeps you going. Like, through the toughest of bugs, you're like, you know, this sucks, but it means someone could get dunked on by beaver bothers in hell. So, you know, life is worth keep living, after all. Except my life, specifically, because I'm the one playing this beaver bother. And I don't think it's worth living at the moment. I'd like to exchange it for a different one, currently. Yeah, I think this is a bust. Oh boy, gamers. It's time for another half hour of beaver noises. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Man, this is really beaver gaming. Alright, how many extra blueprints have I acquired? One. One. Hmm. Is there any relatively quick? I mean, there's a blueprinting galleon and a blueprinting cave shops. That's 2 more minutes. There's one in Isles shop, actually. That's another minute. Perfect. It's also kind of on the way, but also it's also chunkies. So I did just go do that sequence for nothing. Alright, what is the next closest level? Dude, all 3 of the levels where I know where there's a blueprint, factory, caves, and galleon, all are just really obnoxious to get to because of these warps. One guy Balloon Blast was probably a blueprint. You're fucked up if you think I'm doing that. This is a... Sorry, I just considered in my mind, you know, what if the... I don't remember if the barrel at the top of Isles was a blueprint. Like, maybe I should go check that. I remembered, oh, you know the requirement for that would be? Playing another beaver bother. No! No! Absolutely not! Fuck that noise. Oh, I already got this. I literally already bought this blueprint, and I just never wrote it down. Or I never, not that I didn't write it down, I didn't unwrite it down. Fuck me, I agree. Fuck me as well. Your DK round 2 is a potion! Serves you right, sicko! Deserved! Not even hinted. Yep. Neither was mine. took 3 fucking things. You know what my arcade round 2 is? Fucking rareware coin. That's my guess of what it is. It wasn't here. It was the cranky. Oh, hey, look, a balloon. It is a blueprint. Of course. Speaking of blueprint, no, fuck you. I'm not playing that. That's the snides. So I need to go this way. It is a blueprint. That's why I'm not getting it. Mostly because I can't. Like, this is all fun in games, like, DK Arcade Round 2. I don't have grab. Me getting it is literally not an option right now. Like, as much as I have gotten most things in the video game, grab, a rank stand, and homing are the moves I'm missing. And are the only moves I am missing. Finally. There's one there. Last is Factory, which is one that DK can buy, supposedly. How's these god-awful warps? Like, truly, these are some really miserable warps. Oh, that's where the last one was. Oh, I thought I saw that. Foolish to explore the treasure room. It would have done me literally nothing. Like, that would have done me no good whatsoever to know. Is the blueprint? You sicken me. Squawks. Oops. This isn't even cranky, is it? Nope. Send me back. Send me back, Chief. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Thank you. Okay. One blueprint. Alright, we have 3 to turn in. We can do that in aisles. That's 4 additional minutes compared to the first attempt, which is scarily close to being a full half hour compared to the full hour we're about to be listening to beaver noises. One for lizard. And then we go again. Slam upgrade, you don't even know if you need this. Okay, what's your lobby 7? Like, what level is behind it? If it's like an Aztec, you probably don't need it. Castle? That's a... But rooms are foolish, so yeah, you're only missing out on what? Greenhouse? That's... Yeah, it's really just greenhouse, I think. There's another blueprint over there, by the way. Home lobby. Yeah, just be greenhouse. Yeah, I think you'd probably be able to skip that. Unless it's the one that's in DK Arcade, in which case you should go do it. Oh, dungeon! Oh my god, you're right. Oh. Anything for Castle Underground? Yeah, dungeons. Yeah, that's not as easy of a gamble now, actually.
Welcome to bonus stage.
I didn't even realize that was the last one. I thought I still needed to get like 2 more points. Alright, this is the first one where there's all blues. Yeah. It started going downhill immediately. In the first room. Pivoting. Why do you keep Blair Witching?
Welcome to bonus stage.
Probably another reset. Definitely another reset.
Welcome to bonus stage.
I'm not even doing good timing with these marks. I'm just tilted.
Welcome to bonus stage.
I honestly wish that, like, any other background music was playing. So I could have something that is slightly louder than the beaver's noises. So I think that's what's sending me up the wall the most right now. I had 20. Oh, did I really just spend 6 fucking minutes in the first of 5 rooms? Not need to save state. Honestly, it didn't even occur to me. I barely have that kind of patience.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Like, I think it really is just that the 15 with no golds. Like, if this had at least 1 gold each, which balance changed. Thank you, love you, dude. Like that, like it would be so much more tolerable. Like I would have done that the hold helm, 10 rooms in all in the first go. It really is wild how much not having any beavers and playing it as how the developers intended really just makes it feel like a fucking crapshoot.
Well done.
Like that was like 30 seconds on one. Also, why didn't I grab that blueprint when I was here last time? But like, oh, the double. I don't know if it's like even like a point balancing thing. I think part of it is just also mentality. Like, oh, if I miss this beaver, like there's still more, and that could also respond and give me more points. But if I like fuck up pushing a normal beaver and when it's all blues, it's like there's no balance. There's no. The other beavers are probably scared away. That's the point I'm trying to make. Is that like there's no leeway. Is that it? The golds give just a lot of leeway for fucky DK64 beaver shit to happen. Black Hop. Just having even one is a world of a fucking difference. On that measure, on that note, I don't even know if I'm gonna update my rules to be like, don't use all beaver bother me.
Welcome to bonus stage.
And I think because I really do think the even one beaver is a fucking night and day difference. realizes an unhindered tiny move. It's probably important. It's definitely not ponytail twirl. Useful in like 3 scenarios total. Ah!
Welcome to bonus stage.
It's twirl. Anyway, to counteract my argument of being, oh, just having 1 gold makes a 9-day difference. There I just failed 1 with 2. So maybe I'm wrong, and the beavers all still fucking suck.
Welcome to bonus stage.
It's an oops. 30 seconds in, I have 2.
Welcome to
Like, I'm not making up that difference. Shut up. Thank you. Alright. Thank you, Rue. This is where I bunged up royally last time. Morning. How are y'all doing? Imagine if the cop caught me through the wall while I was playing on the instrument pad. Literally, it is the most true thing in my fucking prediction, or my restrictions. DK64 without hints is literally unplayable. It's why I so highly value hints in vanilla locations. Like, I don't care if it's a boring hint dump. Knowledge, good. In. Thank you. Alright, this is the one that fucked me up last time. We were moving the setting. Damn. Alright, make sure to hoard all your Chaos Mode setting seeds. Those will be worth millions in a few years when the feature's taken offline. They're a limited resource now. Who needs money? You'll trade with DK64 randomizer seeds with Chaos Mode enabled. Right now. Yeah, I don't disagree. Honestly. Asking.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Yeah, we need to stop enabling absolute psychos from torturing themselves with chaos. We need to rein in their use. It kind of is the ultimate bait, because it's not chaos. It is incredibly opposite of chaos. It is exactly one thing. And that one thing is the DK wrap. But everyone who's like, I want the worst that this randomizer can give you. They see chaos setting and they're like, yeah, this is not fun, actually. Why did I do this? Speaking of why did I do this, why do I keep allowing Beaver Baller in my settings? I should change that. I think I'm about to fucking lose my mind. No! Fuck, that beaver went in the hole. Fuck you.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Yeah, well I think the big difference between now and 1.0 is that 1.0 doesn't take 5.5 hours.
The beaver evidently did not go in the beaver hole.
It didn't. It's true. Except I disagree. I think I saw it go in the hole with my very eyes. Also, Sailor, thank you for the bets. I'm so badly hoping that the other helm door is just the beam that I already acquired, unhinted on a tiny metal. And it's not like somewhere else unhinted in the video game. I didn't remember if it was a copy or not. Alright. Final brew. I always try to remember, like, what was in 1.0 and 1.5, and I'm like, it's got level order? But, like, what else even was there? And I don't think that's much of an insult into 1.0, 1.5. I think that's just because 2.0 introduced everything and then an entire apartment's building worth of kitchen sinks. Like, there's so much shit in 2.0.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Yeah, I remember 1.5 and being like, oh yeah, this is a big update. I'm pumped to play this. And now I cannot remember what was added. Like, I think technically you guys added cops in that update. You know, the seed of my ruin. Like, I don't remember anything else. Please. Only was 1-0. Damn. Alright, final barrel. Please don't be all blues.
Welcome to bonus
Okay.
day.
Alright, we're fine. We'll make it. Okay. Thank fuck. Your Patch Rendo was 1.5. That... I'm impressed that you put in the effort into Dirt Patch Rando in 1.5 when Rainbow Coins arguably didn't get a purpose until, like, 3 weeks ago, when they could finally be put on a helm door. Like, goddamn. I commend the commitment. Okay. Did I just complete that in the amount of time that I had coming in the first time into Helm? Because I had like 6 and a bit minutes left and I only added 4 blueprints. Like, I had enough time the first time, I just sucked massive ass. Still does a bunch of work on every feature. Dude, same. Fucking texture pack implementation relies entirely on everyone else's work doing the textures. Oh yeah, it was a single bean door. I fucking knew it. God bless the bean. Unhinted funny bean on a tiny metal. And in direct comparison, here's just 3 random fairies. I don't even feel satisfied. I feel deflated. Even though I know Karul phases are DK Diddy Tiny, which is easy shit and shit. Well, like, I know I can do them. I don't have to go and do more. I think listening to the beaver noises for 45 minutes has just killed my ability to feel dopamine. Level order, Kong Rando. Oh yeah, I guess, yeah, Kong Rando and Cages and moves and shops. Bonus Rando, that is true. Please. Boss Rando, Warp Rando. It's so weird because you list it out like that, it's like 1.0 has a lot of features, and then you're like, it doesn't feel like it after playing 2.0 for 5 months. It somehow feels like nothing, even though 1.0 was a huge fucking achievement. Viewer see us play 1.0? I don't know. I don't know if I could go back to the bad old days. You couldn't play as a lizard back then. How did people survive? Yeah, 1.0 was the graduation from Lua script into actual ROM reading. Or ROM writing. Oh, I have double damage. Hold on. Oh, no. Bro, I don't actually want that. I want to get time to get into position. Don't give me the fast phase. Frame perfect trick. I was gonna ask, how do you even cause it? How does one make fast transition? That barely sounded like a complete sentence. How does one make fast transition? That's I speak English goodly. Being the light when Cruel is about to throw glove. Ah. Is it like actually frame perfect? Like, is it asking for like the frame before? Or is it like within like the whole animation of him chucking? Like frame perfect. Oh. It's not regular frame perfect, it's fucking advanced frame perfect. Ow. Ow. Oh, I cannot afford to fuck up this foot much. It didn't take 8 hours. But this is double damage hard toes, so you know, there's no guarantee that this actually gets done and I don't just disintegrate into dust for some Toronto mayor to snort up. Ow. Oh, I might die. Oh. Yeah, that's probably GG. Oh, it depends on what this one is. Oh, I'm fucked. I'm not fucked! Oh, go to fucking sleep, for real. Oh. It was only 4 3/4 hour, or 5 3/4 hours, but like, that felt at least, I think, Beaver Bother took, like, the whole sequence, like 50 minutes between it and getting the blueprints. It felt like an hour and a half. It felt like I've been listening to high-pitched beaver noises for the length of a 1.0 seed. Alright, where's homing ammo? Homing ammo. DK minecart. Good meme. Grab is the dirt patch in the tomato field, which I wasn't supposed to be able to get that because I don't need shockwave for this seed. And then Orangstan. Oh my god, I'm so glad I did not go down that fucking rabbit hole. I'm so glad I did not fall down the shockwave rabbit hole and just get all of that in logic. Wow. Oh, I would have gone to fucking DK minecart, and it's like, if you get my 62 conies, you can get this potion. And then I'd be so sad when it's homing ammo. Anyway, Cave's Tiny Metal was a rank stand. I could have gotten that at some point. Ugh. Well, someone, you are here. Thank you for your submission. You might be prompting a new restrictions update. I might add down a line that says, you must have at least one light enemy. But that feels like that gets that'd be a bit weird, and it's more of a byproduct of me cop. At least one non-beaver bother minigame. You know what? That's not a bad idea. Restrictions. Last updated 320. No, this is last updated 4.8. How am I gonna shuffle bonus barrel? It would make Helm no be wrong, that is true. Must be set to at least one non-Beaver Bother minigame. And non-Baddie Barrel Bandit. The mini games suck. They fill me with dread. Including as fine as long as it's not the only name selected. Yeah. BBB and BB are fine so long as that they are not the only names selected. Which means that they don't go into Helm. Wait, TTT a challenge? Yeah, where it's not just a fucking auto-scroller, where you just reload, 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 and then you just keep going. Anything else I want to? I think I'm gonna leave it at that for now. Just the minigame thing. Do I want to do the light enemy? I'm gonna sit on that one and figure out how I want to word it. But yeah. One minigame must be set to at least one non-Beaver Bother and one non-Baddie Barrel Bandit minigame. Alright, I'm fine with that setting. Making the reload have a cooldown. So sorry about this. When where do you people keep getting this money? I mean, I already hit the save on the paste bin. I hit the save button before Ultramaractus submitted the seed, and therefore he must adhere to the minigame restrictions. That's what happened. Being this time, maybe. I don't know what it is, but I don't think I trust my viewers with that maybe. They do not have a good track record with that. 44%. Good grief. And this music be like 2 octaves lower. Well, that's sound effects. Okay. Just a bit easier to think. Not have that blasting in my ear. Seed with some special code to make your life pain? That's technically not on the restrictions. And plus, you're a developer. We already went over. You manually make my Beaver Bothers worse. So, like, that's already been allowed. Technically. Plus, it's not like I can stop you. I can barely implement texture packs and gear on the website. How am I supposed to stop you from submitting a DKP? You make the patcher. You run the show. I don't know what I'm gonna do for the rest of this. I don't know if I want to stop now because I'm tired. 2.0B, Jacob's personal helm. Oh no. Can't wait for the updated devs changes where it's like, added new option on the website to specifically fuck over Jacob. No dev seeds? Well, that's the thing. I don't Keep your point specific.
You're lousy.
He will go through the effort of specifically changing the code to make my life worse, but will not spend 5 finger inputs on the mouse to not say I'm lousy 10 times. That is dedication to my suffering. That's incredible. Okay, let me just clear out the hydrates. She's despair. I honestly think I might just call it. Minecart had made I'm fine with. I don't mind that minigame at all, honestly. I'll sort it out over the weekend for you. Well, luckily for you, Ballum, there's 2 other people in line ahead of you. One beat you by about 3 minutes, and the other one got you beat by 5 days. The one from UMid from 5 days ago, I will probably be able to do on Monday. Ultramaraxis's depends on him sending me the thing. Oh yeah, let me... Speaking of UMid Seed, I think I just want to share this screen cap of the message he sent me. Alongside the DKP. Just to illustrate that I don't know if I am prepared for what I'm getting into. This is what was attached to my DKP. I'm a little frightened. Just a little bit. It's a very fucked emoji. I agree. Yeah, it's on DKP. He does that. I think all of his submissions have been from DKPs. Anyway, that's Monday's festivities. I think I am gonna stop because I'm getting hungry. Yeah, he did send a log. He sent a log in a DKP. That is a requirement now. Where, yeah, send a spoiler log along with the seed. Yeah, that is a requirement. Hard stop. Especially for Ballum's custom-made seed. Because if he sent me a lanky, it wouldn't work. And I wouldn't be able to gen the thing myself. Alright. Yeah, let's stop. I'm hungry and also tired. Or a BPS. Those still work? I thought those were deprecated. In like 2.0 onwards. They tend to be too large. Ah. Okay. Well, I just looked in the DK category, and I'm the only one streaming rando. So... I guess there's no raid. Well, thank y'all for watching, following, bidding, the raid, all that fun jazz. Next stream on Monday, where I play a very cursed seed with a very cursed eyes. And then on Wednesday, Pokemon Nuzlocke. That's good content. I didn't think it was gonna be good content, but oh, the Wednesday streams are good. Yeesh. I fuck up increasingly a lot with that fucking Nuzlocke. Make up on next stream for your eyes, not serious. What if I told you I am literally already wearing makeup? What if I told you that how tired I am is already being masked by real makeup? It has been this way literally since I began streaming. The bags under my eyes are so much worse with these, without the makeup on. It looks like I haven't slept in months. It looks horrible on this webcam for some reason. Anyway, thank you all again. Remember to get a good night's sleep so you don't have to cover up your makeup like I do. It's quite the financial investment.